Hello my friends, today we are gonna create this complete Netflix application using Node.js, React and MongoDB. This is our homepage. Whenever you refresh the page, it fetches random featured movie and random lists here. And if you click this series, it's gonna load only series. If you click the movies, it's gonna load only movies from MongoDB. And of course, you can choose any genre here. You can use this beautiful slider and hover to see details and the trailer. If you click one of them, the watching page will show up. And to see all these pages, the user should be authenticated. Let's log out. As you can see, when I try to reach the home page, it redirects me to the register page. You can register and log in. Awesome. And here is our admin dashboard. We have here user chart that shows the new user number per month, and here our latest users. Let's go to the movies page. You can see all movies here and delete any of them, update them and create new one. After entering all this information, let's choose its images, trailer and video. By the way, we are gonna be using Firebase storage to upload our files. After uploading, our button turns into a create button and all files in the storage right now. When I click the create button, it's gonna create new movie in our DB with all its image and video links. And finally, we can click the list, see our movie lists here, delete, update and create new list. Awesome. We are gonna start with creating our REST API using Node.js and MongoDB, and we are gonna be using JWT for authentication and authorization. So our application will be more secure and easy to manage user levels. And after that, we are gonna take care of our client side and admin dashboard. And if you didn't watch the design part of the application or design part of the admin panel, I highly recommend you to watch them first, so it's gonna be easier for you to follow this video, I think. And in the next video, I'm gonna show you how to deploy your MERN stack apps in hosting services, so stay tuned. And if you want to see more videos like this, you can subscribe to the channel and like the video, and also you can join if you want to support the channel and future projects. Okay, if you are ready, let's get started. Okay, I created here two folders. One of them will be our backend server, and this is our React application. It's running on the browser, as you remember last video, and there are some warnings here, but they are not important because we didn't assign any password or login or register pages, but we are gonna handle these problems today. Okay, so if you wanna, let's create our backend server. I'm gonna open new terminal here. And let's open our API, cd API, and I'm gonna initialize my Node application. I will say npm and init. And I'm gonna write here while flag, and I'm gonna accept all the initial settings. I will enter. And it's ready. Let's check here. As you can see, our package.json is here. Right now, I'm gonna install libraries which we are gonna use today. First one will be our Express server. I will say yarn add. If you are using npm, you can write npm e and then package name. But we are gonna use yarn, and I will say first Express. This is our backend server. To connect our MongoDB, we are gonna use Mongoose. And to run our application automatically on every changes, we are gonna use nodemon. After creating server, we should hide our MongoDB URL or any other secret keys. So we are gonna use .env. And finally, I will say JSON web token. If you watch my previous projects, we didn't use JSON web token. That's because I didn't upload any video about JWT. But finally, I published an awesome video You can check that video, because it's really important. I'm not gonna deep dive into it today, otherwise this tutorial will be really long. So basically, to make our application more secure, we are gonna be using JWT. And that's all for now. I'm gonna enter and wait until all these installations. Okay, it's done. Our all dependencies are here. Let's create our main JavaScript file. It's gonna be index.js. So let's create our application. It's gonna be const express. I'm gonna import it first, require, and it's gonna be express. It's really easy to create application. I will write here my application, and it's just gonna be express function, like that. So how I'm gonna run this application? I will come here, app, and listen. We should listen any port in our local host. Let's say 8800. It really doesn't matter. You can use whatever you want. And I'm gonna create here arrow function, and I'm gonna console log my connection. I will say backend server is running. Okay, so how I'm gonna run this application? I can come here and say node index.js, but in any changes, I have to write this again and again. To prevent this, I will come here and use nodemon. I will write here start. We are not gonna test anything. And here, let's delete it. And nodemon index.js. Let's start. I will say yarn start or npm start. As you can see, backend server is running. Awesome. So let's close here and create our MongoDB connection. I will say const mongoose. It's gonna be require our mongoose package. And let's come here first and create our cluster. If you go to the cloud.mongodb.com, this is the cloud service of MongoDB. As you can see, there is free option here. Let's create a cluster. There are different options here. You can use Amazon, Google, or Microsoft servers, and here any data center. So I'm gonna use US East. Let's create. It's gonna take time. During installation, let's come here, network access. You should add your IP address. Otherwise, you cannot access the DB. You can choose your current IP address, or you can just allow from anywhere. I will choose just this one. It's not important. We are not gonna deploy for now, so you can allow access from anywhere also. I will just confirm. I'm explaining that because I saw a lot of comments under other projects. Some of people just struggled with accessing DB, so I'm gonna explain everything step by step. And after that, let's come here, database access, and you should create a user to access your DB. Let's create. My username will be llama and password will be llama also, and I'm gonna add my user. Of course, it's really big, but it's just a tutorial. It's not important for me. After tutorial, I'm gonna delete it. So let's go to our clusters. Okay, it's ready. To connect our DB, I'm gonna choose here, connect. You can use your terminal or desktop application, but we are gonna use just our application, I mean inside our code. So I'm gonna copy this URL. It's really important. It includes our username here, llama, and my password is llama also. And this is gonna be my first database. We are gonna change them. But before, let's come here and see how we are gonna connect. This is Mongoose documentation, and here, as you can see, there is a connect method. Let's copy this, and here, I'm gonna paste. And this is gonna be our URL, but writing here URL is not secure. For example, when you share your codes or when you upload your codes in the GitHub, everyone can see your DB address, your password, your username. To prevent this, we are gonna use .env and we are gonna hide this URL. So let's create here .env file. And inside, I'm gonna create a variable. I will say Mongo URL. And it's gonna be my URL here. Let's copy again. Let's actually choose here. And I'm gonna paste. So let's change them. I will delete them and I will say llama. And my database name will be Netflix. And that's all. I will save. And to use that URL, I'm gonna write here process and env. So we actually choose this env file. And this is my URL, Mongo URL. Okay. But if I save this, it's not gonna work because we didn't give any configuration for our .env file. Let's come here and say const.env. And I'm gonna import it first. And after, I'm gonna give my configuration. I will say .env and just config. And that's all. But we cannot see our connection for now. It's really important if you make any changes in the env file. I highly recommend you to restart your backend server. I'm gonna just kill this process and start again. Okay, but we cannot see our connection. Let's write here then. If it's connected, I'm just gonna console log this. I will say console log and let's say DB connection successful. And if there is any error, I will write here catch and it's gonna catch this error and I'm gonna console log this also. Okay. I will save and as you can see, backend server is running, DB connection is successful. Perfect. Right now we can create our routes and models. Let's come here. What we have, let's see. Firstly, we are gonna have a user. If we are not logged in, we are not gonna be allowed to see this homepage or series or movies. It's gonna be only register page. After registration, we will be able to see them. And here, as you can see, we have lists. For example, best horror movies, amazing action movies, something like that. And finally, we are gonna have our movies or series. As you can see, it has image and this thumbnail image and video here. This is actually a trailer, but if we watch this, we are gonna see the actual video. We have duration, limit, year, and description and genre here. Let's add them. I'm gonna start with user. We are gonna be using Mongoose again. I'm gonna copy this and let's create here models. Oops, I created file. It's gonna be folder. Okay, and inside we are gonna have user and movie and list. Okay, let's close them for now. And here I'm gonna call my Mongoose and after I'm gonna create a schema. I will say const user schema and I'm gonna create new Mongoose schema, new mongoose.schema. Okay, I'm gonna write here all properties of a user. First one will be username and type will be string. And it's gonna be required because I don't wanna see any user without username. It's gonna be true. And finally, I will say unique. So that means we cannot create another user with the same name. And that's all. And other one, email. Actually, I can copy here and paste. It's gonna be same. String required and unique. And what else? Password. Let's write here. And it doesn't have to be unique. It's just a password. And I'm gonna write here profile picture. type will be string, and it's not gonna be required because in the register process we don't have to give any image. I will say for default, after registration, it's gonna be just empty string. And finally, I'm gonna write here is admin. It's gonna be boolean. It's gonna be just true or false. And by default, it's gonna be false. Because when we register, we are not gonna be admin automatically. And one more thing, I can write here timestamps. It's gonna create created at and updated at timestamps. You don't have to write this, but maybe if we are gonna need it in the future. Okay. So I should export this user schema. Then we are gonna update any user, delete or create. I will say module export and mongoose model. And my model name will be user. And my reference point will be my user schema. Okay, that's all, it's ready. So let's create others. I will copy this, and for movie, I'm just gonna paste it, and let's change this name. It's gonna be movie, and here movie and movie schema. Okay, firstly, we are gonna have title. It's gonna be string, required and unique. And we are gonna have description, string. It can be only string. Let's delete them. And we are gonna have image. Type is gonna be string again, because we are gonna pass our URLs. I will delete them actually. Okay, I'm gonna create two more images. That because, let's come here. This is gonna be our image, this big one. And this is, as you remember, our title image. I can move this like that. And finally, it's gonna be our thumbnails here. So I will say image title and image, let's say small maybe. And we are gonna have trailer and actual movie, which is video. And remember, all of them are string. And what else? Let's check. If I hover this, we have duration, limit, year, and genre. I will say year. It's gonna be limit. By the way, it's gonna be number, because this is age limit. Number. Oops, let's move this here and change it. It's gonna be genre. And I'm gonna add one more thing. As you remember, we have series and movies buttons here. It can be either a movie or series. Let's check them. Is series. And type will be boolean. And by default, it's gonna be false. It looks nice. Everything looks good. I will save it, and let's copy this and let's go to the list. I will paste, and let's change these names. I'm using Ctrl D, by the way, to choose all these same names. So it's gonna be list. Okay. First one will be title again. Let's see here, continue to watch. We are gonna change them. It can be required and unique. And I will write type here. It can be movie or series. And I'm gonna leave this genre. And finally, we are gonna have content. And it's gonna be array. That's because we are gonna store our movies. Each list has 10 movies, remember here. Of course, we are not gonna store whole movies. We are gonna just store their IDs. So I will say type array. And that's all, I think. Let's save. Okay, they are ready, I think. Let's close them. And right now I can create my roots. I will say roots actually. And inside it's gonna be again user. Let's say users.js and movies.js. lists.js. You don't have to use plural, but it's kind of naming convention. I recommend you to use like that. So basically, in these routes, we are gonna make our CRUD operations. There is an exception here, and this is our users. We are not gonna create any users inside this file. Instead of this, I'm gonna create another route here, which is authentication. Let's say auth.js. Okay. So basically, we are gonna register and log in here. So let's close all of them and oops, okay. I'm just gonna open my authentication route, and here let's create our register and login methods. I should indicate this is a router. To do that, I will say const router, and I'm gonna call my express library and router method. I will say require and express, and finally router method. Okay. So what I need here, we are gonna take care of our users, so I should import it also, const user and require in the other file, other folder, models folder, and finally user. Okay, so let's create our user. I will write here register, and I'm gonna write here router and post. It's gonna be post method because we are creating something. Don't forget, if you are creating, you should use post. If you are updating, put. If you are fetching some data, only get something, we are gonna use get. And for delete, we are gonna use delete. Okay, so this is gonna be our URL. Let's say register. So basically, when we go to this URL, for example, localhost, remember our port number here, 8800, localhost 8800, and slash register. Maybe we can indicate API here before register and maybe authentication, but we are not gonna do this here. We are gonna take care of them in the index.js. So anyway, so I'm gonna write here my request and response. So basically, user gonna make a request to this URL. After creating user, we are gonna send them a response. Okay. So how I'm gonna create a user? Let's write here const new user, and I'm gonna use my model new user. Remember, we imported. And inside, I'm gonna write my credentials. First one will be username. User gonna send this inside its body, and its name is username. If you are not familiar with REST APIs, I can explain you like that. Let's open here Postman. So here, let's create a request. As you can see, this is our method. We are gonna use post, and we are gonna write here our URL. It's gonna be localhost. This is my previous applications. It's gonna be localhost 8800 and API and auth and register. And there is a send button here. To send my user, I will choose here body, as you can see. And here, I'm gonna choose raw. And finally, it's gonna be JSON file. So basically, we are gonna send our username. Let's say llama. And we are gonna send our email. Let's say llama@gmail.com. And finally, my password. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So basically, this is my body, which I can send my credentials. So I'm gonna use this body, request body. So basically, this request body username is this username inside my body in the Postman. Okay. So for the others, it's gonna be email and password. So my new user is ready. How I'm gonna send this inside my DB? I will say const user, And here I'm gonna just save my user, because remember we are using our model here, and inside my model we are using mongoose, and mongoose schema is gonna automatically save our user inside our DB. So it's that easy. New user, and it's gonna be save. Okay, we have a couple problems here. First one will be the duration of this process. That because we might have some problem on our server, or maybe this MongoDB server, when we make request, there is no way to know how long it's gonna take. So if I write here response and JSON and this user, I'm sending, oops, 404 not found, that because we didn't indicate this router inside our index.js. Let's come here. I'm gonna write my router quickly here. I will say const auth root, and it's gonna require my router, roots, and authentication. Okay, so how I'm gonna use this router? Let's come here. Before listening our server, I will say app.use, and as I said before, we can indicate here any endpoint, and it's gonna be API and auth, and it's gonna call our here root. Okay, if you make any request, take this endpoint, and this endpoint belongs to this root, which is our authentication here. When we send request API auth and register, it's gonna automatically run this function. There is a problem. Let's see. Okay, that because we didn't export our router here. Let's export. I will say module.exports, and it's gonna be just router. Okay. Right now everything is okay. And there is another warning here. It's about our MongoDB. In the documentation, it says for the configuration, you can add this. But we should add one more thing here, create indexes. To do that, I'm gonna write here, use create indexes, and it's gonna be true. I will save again. And right now, there is no warning. And one more thing I should do here. I forgot, I'm sorry. And this problem is using this body and sending any JSON file. Because in the Express server, it's not gonna accept this JSON file by default, but it's really easy to handle that. I will just come here and say app.use. When we make request, just accept Express and JSON files. That's all. Okay, let's try again. I will send, and as you can see, there is an error. That because it takes time to save this user, and before saving, we are just gonna try to send this user, but it doesn't exist for now. So how I'm gonna handle this? I'm gonna write here async function. It means it's not synchronous. We should wait the answer first. To wait that, I will write here await, and that's all. I will save, and here we can write any status. Let's say status is gonna be 200 or 201, which is successfully created. And it's really important, if you are using async await, you should write here try catch block, that because it might be any error, and it's gonna be inside. We are gonna try to save this and send as response. If there is an error here, we are just gonna catch it and just send this error. I will say 500, which is server error, and it's gonna be error. So let's try again. I will send. Why it's still sending? There is a problem here. User is not a constructor, so it means we have a problem in user or model here. New schema. Okay. I write here export. It should be exports. And for others, It's same, yeah. Let's correct them. Okay. Let's see, our backend server is successful. DB connection is successful. Let's try again. And as you can see, it turns us a user. Let's come here, our cluster and collections. As you can see, we have a Netflix collection here and users documents. And this is our first user. But the problem is, as you can see, we have a password as string. We should never ever store this password like that. We should hash this somehow, and it should be some gibberish code here, and it's not gonna be visible anymore. So I'm gonna delete this user, and I'm gonna install another library here, which is crypto.js. Let's copy this library name, and here another terminal here, and I'm gonna go to my API, and I'm gonna yarn add this package. So basically, in its website, as you can see, there are many hashing algorithms, MD5, which is less secure, and others. And I saw here something which is AES. As you can see, the Advanced Encryption Standard is a US Federal Information Processing Standard. So it looks really secure. So we are gonna use this. Let's close here. And I'm gonna copy this. And here, my authentication, I'm gonna import this. Of course, it's not gonna be var. It's gonna be const. If you are a boomer, you can use var. And after, as you can see, in this way, we can encrypt our password. And in this way, we can decrypt and compare with the user password. So I'm gonna copy this. And here, I will say it's not gonna be request body password anymore. It's gonna be, oops, let's delete here. Crypto.js AEX encrypt, and my message will be my password, which is request body and password. And here you can write any secret key. Of course, you can indicate this inside your env file. Let's come here, and after this Mongo, I will say secret key, and let's write here something. Of course, it should be stronger, but for now, for the tutorial, it's totally enough. I will say process and env and my secret key. Oops, why we have console log here? Okay, let's delete it. And I'm gonna try again. I will come here and send again. And as you can see, this time our password is a hashed code. It's perfect. Awesome, we finished our registration. Let's come here, write another function which is login. And I'm gonna do the same thing for now. I will say router and post, our URL will be login, and after I'm gonna write here request and response. And right now what I'm gonna do is taking email and password from user, and it's gonna be login, and I'm gonna try to find this user. Let's write here another try and catch, because it's gonna be async function again. Response, it's gonna be 500. Of course, it doesn't have to be 500, but we are not handling any error numbers right now. It's not important. Of course, it's important, but for this tutorial, at least, it's not. Okay. And here I will say async function. And inside my try block, I'm gonna try to find this user. I will say const user, and I'm gonna use my model and my function, which is find one. And I'm gonna write here my condition. If email equals request body and email, which is send it by user, it means we have this user. If we don't have, let's write here. If there is no user, I'm just gonna send an error. 404 is gonna be not found, or you can write 401 not authenticated. So I'm gonna send wrong password or username. Okay, so if there is a user, we are gonna continue, and I'm gonna validate my password, because remember, user is sending this string, but in the DB, I will refresh again. As you can see, it's encrypted password. So how I'm gonna compare them? Let's come here, and as you can see, this is our decryption function. Let's copy them, and here, let's change them const. Let's write here original password. Again, I'm gonna use .env process and env and my secret key. And here I'm gonna write my hashed password, which is user and password. Remember, we take this user and it has password, which is here. Okay, so basically it's gonna decrypt this, and after we can compare. If the original password equals a password that we sent, request and body, by the way, there's a mistake here, typo. Okay, and password, actually I can write if it's not equal. Okay, and I'm gonna send same error here. So if they are equal, finally I can send my user. I will say response and status, let's say 200, and JSON this user. And I forgot here await. I will save and let's send again. As you can see, wrong password or username. I will change this password. Again, wrong one. And finally, it's gonna be correct. And it's gonna return us our user. But as you can see, it returns password also. You shouldn't send this password because we are gonna store this inside our local storage. So what we can do here, there's a easy trick. I will say const, and I'm gonna destructure this password inside user and the other things. Let's say info. And if I say user and document, which is our whole information here, our document, so I can send only this info. So what I did here, I took all this document, I said take this password here and other information, which is admin, ID, username, email, and these timestamps. So I said hold this password, I need just this information. I will just send it. Let's try. I will send again. And this time, as you can see, we don't have password. Awesome. We don't have any problem, but in the future, we are gonna have that, because when we use, for example, here users, and it's gonna be our user ID, for example, something like that, and I'm gonna try to delete this user or update, whatever. So how I'm gonna decide whether this username belongs to me or not? So basically, I can send here user ID, and it's gonna be my user ID in the local storage, and I can compare. If this user ID equals this user ID, I can delete this user. But it's a not efficient way, that because if someone knows your user ID, he can just change here with your user ID, and he can delete or update your account, posts, comments, and whatever. So to prevent this, there is an awesome library, which is JWT. I prepared an awesome video about it. You can reach this in the card on the top right, and I highly recommend you to watch that video, that because it's really important. And here I'm gonna create JSON web token, and I'm not gonna deep dive into it, because I don't want to explain same thing 20 minutes, half hour. Just watch that video if you already watched, or if you know how the JWT works, you can just continue. So basically, we are gonna create a JSON web token, and it's gonna contain our user ID and is admin property here inside user. So in this case, we don't have to send here any body property. We are gonna just send our JWT, which no one can create but us in the login section. And we are just gonna compare this JWT, whether it is valid or not. If it's, we are gonna check our user ID with the user ID here, or if we are creating any movie or list, it's gonna check whether we are an admin or not, and it's gonna allow us to continue these processes. It's basically like that. So how I'm gonna create this access token? Let's come here and first import our JWT. I will say const JWT and require JSON web token. Okay, and after login, before sending any information, I'm gonna create a web token. I will say const access token, and I'm gonna use JWT. And to create a new token, I will use sign. And here I'm gonna give some information inside this JWT. First one will be my ID, user.id, and second one will be is admin, and it's gonna be user.isAdmin. So basically it's gonna hide this information inside the token, and I should indicate here a secret key. Actually, I can use same secret key. I don't want to waste time. And finally, you can write here any expiration date. Let's write here expires in, and I'm gonna say 5 days, for example. After 5 days, it's not gonna be valid anymore. We should log in again. In the JWT video, I showed how to use refresh token to make this application more secure, but for now, we don't need this. It's totally enough. We are gonna just have access token, and we are gonna control our CRUD operations. So right now I can send this access token also. Let's write here an object, and I'm gonna use spread operator here. So this object will contain all this information, and additionally it's gonna contain access token. Let's save and try again. If you are confused, don't worry, don't give up. I promise you, just watch again and you are gonna understand better. So I'm sending again. Okay, I'm using delete method here. Post. I will change this, login, and here I will take back. Okay, let's try again. Oops, I didn't correct here. Okay, as you can see, all this information and additionally access token. Perfect. Right now, when I try to delete, I'm not gonna send anything here, but if we send this access token, it's impossible to create again, that because no one knows which properties we gave here and which secret key we are using, and also there's a expired in date, so it's much more secure. So that's all for this authentication router. We can register and log in right now. Let's close here and open our users root here. Okay, let's call our router here const router, and it's gonna require our express and router function. And I'm gonna use again my user model const user, and it's gonna require my user model, models and user. And let's come here again. We are gonna use this crypto method, that because we can update our password again. And here I'm gonna write my roots. First one will be update, and we are gonna have delete method, and we can get one user, we can get all users. In the admin panel, we can fetch all users. And finally, I will fetch user statistics. Let's say user stats. So what it's gonna turn us? It's gonna basically turn us the total user number per month. For example, in January, we gained 5 people. In February, maybe 100 people. So we can see how many users we have. Let's start with update. I will say router. And this is gonna be put because we are updating. And I'm gonna give a parameter here. It's gonna be ID, which is user ID. And I will say async and request and response. And I can write my function. Firstly, as I said, we are not gonna verify this by looking inside our body. We are gonna verify our JSON web token. To do that, I'm gonna create here another JS file, which is verify token. And inside, I'm gonna create my verify. And here, let's first import our JWT, JSON web token, and after I can write my function. I'm gonna export it so it's easy to write this with function. Let's say verify, and it's gonna take request, response, and next. Basically, we are gonna write here our verify function, and before making any process here, making any operation, it's gonna go to this verify function. It's gonna try to verify us this token is valid or not. If everything is okay, we are gonna use this next part, and after it's gonna run this function. Before, let's export this. Then I'm gonna forget probably exports, and it's gonna be my function. Okay, firstly, I should get my JWT. However, I'm gonna send this. It's not gonna in the body, it's gonna be in the headers. And here, we can give any key here, let's say token, for example, and value will be bearer and my JWT token. So basically, we are gonna take this token. Let's come here and say const auth header, and it's gonna be request. Pay attention here, it's not gonna be body, it's gonna be headers. And I'm gonna take this key, which is token. But if I do that, it's gonna contain this bearer also. I wanna split this and take the second one. To do that, I will say const, but before, let's say if there is token, if there is this header, we can split this and take our actual token and verify. If it's not, if we don't provide any token, it's gonna return us an error. I will say return response status. It's gonna be 401, which is not authenticated, and I'm gonna send an error. I will say you are not authenticated. If we have a token, let's split this. I will say const token header just space, that because we have a space here between bearer and actual token, and I'm gonna take the second one, which is 1, that because it's an array, this is 0 and this is 1. Okay, right now we have a token. Let's verify. To do that, I'm gonna use JWT and I will say verify, and I'm gonna give here my token, my secret key, which is process and env and secret key, and it's gonna return us an error or our credentials which we gave. Let's open here. As you remember, where is our token here? It includes our ID and admin. So basically we can say just user You can write here anything you want. You can say info or user or whatever you want. And I'm gonna say if there's an error, it means this token is not valid. We can send an error. I will say status 403, which is forbidden, and JSON, and I'm gonna say token is not valid. Okay, I can see you have a token, but it's expired or it's not valid, you changed it or something like that, and I'm sorry, you can't go anywhere. And if there is no error, we can assign new request variable here. Let's say user, and it's gonna be our credentials, this user, our ID and admin. And finally, I can say next, and we can go to the actual router. So we can use it. Let's come here and let's verify if request and user and ID equals this ID, which is request and params and ID, or if request and user is admin, we are allowed to delete this user. So I will say, sorry, we are updating. It's not deleting right now. So I can create try catch block and try to update my user. But before, I should check whether we are changing our password or not. That because if we are changing, we should encrypt this again. Let's check this password. I will say if there's a password. I'm gonna encrypt this again. Let's come here for register. Let's copy this. And here I will say new password and equals this hashed password. Okay. Right now I can write my try catch block. If there is an error, I can send this response. It's gonna be 500 and JSON. Let's send this error. By the way, for this if block, I can send another error here. That because it means we are not allowed to update this user, I will say as response, and I'm gonna send 403, which is forbidden, and it's gonna be you can update only your account. So let's try to update this. I will say const updated user, and it's gonna be await, and I'm gonna use my model, and I will say find by ID and update, and I'm gonna provide my ID, which is request params.id or request user ID. It's the same thing. After finding this user, which has this ID, we can set new properties. I'm gonna say set and request.body. For example, I'm gonna change my email like that, and I'm gonna change my password. So it's gonna take whole body and set this again. And after that, if everything is okay, I can send this updated user. I will say response and 200, and I'm gonna send this user. But if I do that, it's not gonna return this updated user actually. Let's see first. You will understand better right now. First, I should log in. Let's change them. I will log in. Actually, it was here, but anyway. Let's create another request here. Actually, it's gonna be put method and localhost 88 and users. It's gonna be my user ID. Let's take this here. Okay, and for headers, I'm gonna send my token bearer and my token. Let's copy this and paste here. Right now we can go to the body and change some properties here. I will choose raw and JSON. And I just want to change my email. That's all. I will say email or username, doesn't matter. And it's gonna be llama dev. Let's try. I hope everything is okay. I will send 404, that because we didn't indicate our user's router. Let's come here, first export and then define in the index.js. I will say module exports. And it's gonna be router. And in the index file, let's import it first. It's gonna be user root. Users here, and I can use this new root. I will copy this and paste. When I go to the users endpoint, it's gonna call this root. Okay. Let's check again. By the way, did we verify our token? No. I should call my verify function first to get this request user. Verify. Let's import it. I will say const verify, and it's gonna be require verify token. Okay, let's try. I will send. Okay, let's check here in the DB. As you can see, username is llamadev, but here we still see the previous one. That's because our function here, find and update, we should indicate here another config. After setting new user, I'm gonna say new and true. So it's gonna update first, and it's gonna return new user, not previous one. Let's try again. I will change here again, llama.dev. I will send. As you can see, username llama.dev. Awesome. So let's try to change our token. I'm gonna add here 1. So it's not valid anymore. I'm sending. As you can see, token is not valid. If I don't send any token, you are not authenticated. Perfect. It works awesome. So after this updating process, others will be easier, I think. I will just copy this. For delete method, I'm gonna paste here, and let's delete this method. It's gonna be delete. Again, we are gonna take ID, and it's gonna check whether we are the owner or we are the admin. We don't need to, we are just deleting. We don't need any user here because we are not gonna return any user. Actually, let's delete them inside. And this time it's gonna be find by ID and delete. Okay, I can write here my ID, request params and ID. And after that, I can write here user has been deleted. If there is an error, it's gonna return this error. If we are not the owner, if the token is valid but we are not the owner or we are not admin, we are gonna send this error, but this time it's gonna be delete. There's a typo here, I think. Update. Okay. And for the get method, we can get any user. I will say get, and I'm gonna write here find and user ID. And this time we don't have to verify any token. That's because everyone can reach the information of a user. Just username, email, created and updated that. It's not important, so I can delete here. It's gonna be just try and catch block, and I will say find by ID. And after that, it's gonna return us this user. Of course, we didn't define. Let's define const user. But remember what we did here. it's gonna return all information to us, but we don't wanna do this. Let's copy this information. We don't wanna see the password, so basically I'm gonna just send this info. And for all users, okay, we can see a single user, but if we are not admin, there is no sense to see all users. So I'm gonna copy this delete method, and here I'm gonna verify again, and let's delete this. We are gonna see all users only if we are an admin. I will say get, and there will be no ID. We are gonna fetch all users, and I can use here a query also. If we don't send any query, it's just gonna return all users. If we say, for example, question mark new users and true, it's gonna return only last 10 users. It's really easy. So how I'm gonna do this? Let's say const query. So to take this query, it's gonna be request query and the key, which is, let's say, new or new users. Okay. So if we are an admin, const users here, and I'm gonna write here a condition. I will say if there is a query, which means if we are fetching only new users, it's gonna be await and user model, and I will say find. It's gonna find all users, and I'm gonna say just limit 10. So basically it's gonna fetch only last 10 users. So if there is no query, we are gonna fetch all users. Await user and find. And that's all. After that, we can send these users. And here, maybe you are not allowed to see all users. And what about these stats? For example, let's try them actually. We tried update, we can try deleting, but actually we don't have that users. We can try here registering. Okay, let's write here localhost and register. It's gonna be post and body, row and JSON. Let's write here username llama1, email llama1@gmail.com, and password is gonna be 123. Okay, I'm registering. Okay, let's change them to I'm gonna do this quickly. Okay, I created 11 more, and let's come here. It was our update. Let's come here and create new collection. Actually, it's gonna be Netflix, and request name will be update, but create first, of course, and it's gonna be login. And let's save this as register. Okay, let's create new one. I will copy this name, and this time we are gonna delete. But before, let's make our account admin. This is our account. I will edit this, and his admin will be true. Okay, let's log in again. That because in the previous JWT, his admin property is false. So let's open here my collection and login. and body, my email and password I will send, and this is my new access token. I will copy this, and here I will say users, and let's write here our JWT headers token, and it's gonna be bearer and my token. And here I should write any user ID. Let's check here and delete this last one. I'm sorry guys, electricity was cut off during the storm. There was a really strong storm here. So we were deleting user, I think. Let's choose this user ID. This llama 11. And I'm gonna paste here. Delete method, our token. I hope it was admin token. Let's come here. We just logged in, I think. Okay, let's try. If it's not, we can try again. I'm gonna send. Okay, user has been deleted. Let's check here. And last one is llama 10. Perfect. So I'm gonna copy this and create new request here. It's gonna be, let's check what we have, delete and get method. I'm gonna write find and user ID. I will say find. It's gonna be get method. We don't have to write any header. It's open for everyone. And I'm gonna choose, let's choose this one. And I'm sending. Perfect. And for all users, I'm not gonna write anything. If I send, it's gonna be an error. That because we don't have any token. I will open here header and token, and my value is bearer. And I have to log in again. I will send, and I'm gonna take this access token. Okay. I will paste here. Let's try again. As you can see, all users are here. If I use new query here, I'm gonna say question mark and new is gonna be true. If I do that, it's gonna fetch all these users again because we already have 10 users. If I do this, for example, just 2, I will save and I'm gonna try again. As you can see, there are only 2 users. But there is a problem here. It just fetches not last 2 document. It's just fetching first one and second one. To avoid this, I can write here one more thing. I will say sort. And here I'm gonna say ID -1. In this case, it's gonna fetch the latest data. I'm gonna send. As you can see, 10 and 9. Perfect. If I do this just 1, it's gonna fetch first 2 elements. Okay. Let's make this minus again, and here let's do this 10. Okay, perfect. And last one is user stats. As I said, we are gonna fetch total users per month. So I'm gonna say router, and it's gonna be get method, and I'm gonna say here stats and async function. I will write my request and response, and I'm gonna create my function. So we are gonna fetch, I forgot here comma, so we are gonna fetch user statistics in last year. To do that, I'm gonna write here const today, and I'm gonna create a new date. So it's gonna be today, and what about last year? To find this, I'm gonna write here const last year, and if I say today and set full year, and if I subtract just 1 year from today, I'm gonna get a year before. So I will say -1 So it's gonna give us last year. So I can use this in my condition. But before, I'm gonna create a months array. It's gonna include our months. So I will just copy and paste here. I don't want to waste your time. After that, I can find total users per month. So I will say try and catch. In any case, I'm gonna send an error. It's gonna be 500. And I'm gonna say JSON error. Okay. To find total users per month, I should aggregate them first. For example, for January, for February, it's gonna aggregate our documents and assign for each const, let's say data, and await for my user model and aggregate. There is a useful function for that. To find the month, I will say project, and I'm gonna write month, and I'm gonna use month function here. So it's gonna look at our created at date. So for example, if it's January, it's gonna return us 1. If it's February, it's gonna be 2. So it works like that. So I can use this month. So after that, I'm gonna write group. So it's gonna basically group our documents. If you are aggregating, you should write here ID, and its ID will be our month here. 1, 2, 3, something like that. Let's write month. And what I wanna return here, it's gonna be total. And if I write here sum and 1, it's gonna return total users per month. It might be a little bit confusing, I know, but more practice you make in the MongoDB, you will understand better. So it's not gonna be curly brackets, by the way, it's gonna be just array. Okay, and after that, I'm gonna return my data. I will say response, status will be 200, and I will say JSON this data. Let's see. It's gonna be users and stats. Let's try. As you can see, ID is 7, which is July, and total record is 11. Let's change here one of them. For example, this last one. I will come here, this created at date. As you can see, it's 7, which is July. Let's make this May. I will update. Let's see again. I will send. As you can see, in the May, there is only one record. Let's change this. 6. And again 6. It's gonna be 2 records. Let's see. I will send again. May 1, June 2, and July 8. Perfect. It works. So these functions belongs MongoDB. For example, if I write here year, it's gonna return the year which we are living. As you can see, 2021 and total 11. Perfect. So we finished our users root. Let's come here. We can close this, and here I'm gonna open movies. Of course, we can copy and paste. Module export. I can delete them and just leave one. We are not gonna need any crypto. and I can change this model to movie, and we are gonna use verify. Okay, first one will be create. We are gonna create new movie, so it's gonna be post method. We don't need any ID here, so we are gonna verify our token, and only if we are an admin we can reach this data. Let's actually delete here, and here I will say you are not allowed. That's all. I think it's enough. You can write here you are not allowed to add movie or something like that, whatever you want. So let's create new movie here. I will say const new movie, and it's gonna be new movie model, and inside I'm gonna say request body. So whatever we give inside our body, it's gonna take this, and after we are gonna try to save inside our database. So I will say try catch. If there is an error, we are gonna send it. And JSON error. Okay, let's save this movie, and after that it's gonna return us a movie. Let's say saved movie actually, and it's gonna be await and new movie and save. I can send this saved movie as response. I will say status 201 or just 200 and JSON movie, saved movie, sorry. So how I'm gonna update this movie? Oops, I will copy this and here. So I will write here ID, and of course if we are using update it should be put. Let's delete this, and right now I'm gonna write here updated movie. Remember what we did in the user root? We just used user, and right now we are gonna use movie, and we are gonna say find by ID and update. And I'm gonna provide my ID, request body, sorry, params, and ID. So it's gonna take this ID and try to find this movie, and after finding it's gonna set new data inside. So I will say set and new request body. And remember, we should write here another configuration. It's gonna be new and true. Otherwise it's not gonna turn our updated movie here. We are gonna keep seeing the old one. Okay, right now I can send this. It's not 201, we are not adding anything. Okay, that's all. So I will copy this again for the delete. Once you write one of them, the others, as you can see, really easy. I'm just changing these names, these methods. It's gonna be delete ID again, and right now it's not gonna return anything. We are just gonna delete by ID, sorry, find by ID and delete. And I can delete here. Okay, so I will say the movie has been deleted. So far so good. We are going really fast, so we can get any movie here. I will say get. But in the application, remember, even if we are not an admin, we can watch movies, we can see the informations. So I'm not gonna use this if here and as. I'm just gonna be authenticated user. That's enough. So I will say const movie, and I will say find by ID. and it's gonna be request params and ID, and after finding this movie we can send as response. Okay, so what else we can do? We can fetch all movies, but in the application, remember, as you can see, there's a featured movie here. And how I'm gonna choose this movie? I can come here and choose a random movie. I will say get random, and I'm gonna write here random. And one more thing we should consider, and this is series or movies. And when we click this button, we are gonna see series lists here, and also our featured movie will be series. So I can use query here. So let's say type, and it's gonna be request query, and it's gonna be type. So for example, when we write here type and series, it's gonna return us a random series. If we don't write anything, or if we write just movie, it's gonna return us a movie. So let's delete here, and let's write our condition. I will say if type is series, it's gonna find a random series here. Actually, let's create here a variable. It's gonna be let, so we can change this inside our condition. So I will write here movie equals await, and movie I'm gonna aggregate again, and array, and I'm gonna find series first. To do that, if I write here match and is series, it's gonna be true, because remember our movie model here, and there is a series. As you can see, it's boolean, and by default it's false. And one more thing, just give me one random one. So to do that, I will write here sample and size just 1. It's gonna find whole series and just give us a sample. Perfect. So what if we don't give any type here, or if we give type movies? So this time it's gonna be just movies. It's that easy. Let's copy this actually, and I will write here as and paste here. This time we are gonna find is series false. It's gonna be movie and give us one sample. Okay. So after finding our sample, we can return this response. Status will be 200 and JSON movie. But I'm not sure it returns an object or array. Let's see actually. I will copy this and new one. Localhost, our API, and this time it's gonna be movie. Of course, we should create first. So I'm gonna write here post and headers, token and my key, bearer. Oops, we already have. Okay, and inside our body, I'm gonna choose row and JSON, and let's create a movie. First one will be title. Let's say Superman. Actually, let's open our model here, what we have. I don't remember all of them. Okay, description. I'm gonna write here test description, and we are gonna have image. I can actually copy and paste this image, of course, image address. So I'm gonna paste this. And finally, it was really long, I didn't expect this. So I will say is serious, and it's gonna be false. Actually, we don't have to write this because by default it's false, but anyway. So I'm gonna send an error. Of course, I forgot again writing here my new router. So it's gonna be movie route. And here it's gonna be movies and movie route. Okay, let's try again. I'm sending 404 again. Of course, it's movies. Okay, perfect. Let's create more movies. Right now, let's create some series. I'm gonna say flash. And each series will be true. Let's create. I'm gonna create again 10 series here. Okay, perfect. So right now, let's come here. What we have, for example, get method. Let's copy this ID. And I'm gonna paste here. If I choose get here and send, something is wrong. I write here delete. I forgot to change. Okay, it's gonna be get, and let's try again. As you can see, it's here. But if we do this, there will be a problem here. By the way, it's get also. Because when we write here random, it's gonna consider this random word as ID. That because after slash, we are using ID in this router. So instead of just ID, I will say find. Okay, so let's find random movie. I will say here random, and I'm not writing anything. Let's send. As you can see, Superman. I'm sending again, Superman 10, 8, 10. So if I write here type series, as you can see, it returns as flash. 9, 10, 6, 3. Perfect. It looks awesome. So we have get random, get, update, delete, create. Maybe we can get all users. Let's copy this. Actually, we should be an admin. So I will copy here. And I'm gonna write get all. It's gonna be get method again, and I'm gonna delete this ID. So if we are admin, we are gonna find all users, movies, and after that we are gonna send these movies. Of course, we don't have movies here. Let's create const movies. Okay, and I'm gonna just save, and I will send. As you can see, all movies are here. But I wanna see here most recent. So if I write here reverse, it's gonna reverse this array and send us the last movies. Let's try. I'm sending, and as you can see, last ones. And right now, we can create our list routes. I will just copy this, and for lists, let's paste here, and I'm gonna delete them, only leave just one. It's gonna be create. So what else I can do? We can delete it, or we can get lists for the home page. For example, when we refresh the page, when we enter our application, it's gonna fetch 10 lists, for example, and show us in the home page. When I click the series, it's gonna fetch 10 series. When I click this, it's gonna fetch 10 movies. So we are gonna handle that. But first, let's create list here. And this time it's gonna be new list and new list model. Let's change this model also. It's gonna be list. Okay, and here we are gonna save this list. And I'm gonna send this list here. And let's try. So I'm gonna open new tab here and localhost. This time it's gonna be lists. And I will say post. Of course I need JWT token here. Let's come to login. Where is our login? Okay, here. I will copy this again and paste. Token, of course, bearer. Okay, what about body? Let's come to the VS Code. Before doing anything, I just wanna import my router. That because I always forget. So I will change this. It's gonna be lists. And let's copy this, and here it's gonna be list root, and the endpoint will be lists. Okay. So I'm gonna open my model. What we have here, let's check title, type, genre, and content. I will say title. Let's say best horror movies. And type will be movie. And genre, it's gonna be horror. And finally, my content, which is my movie list. So let's check here. I will refresh the page. And lists. Sorry, movies. And I'm gonna choose some movies here. This is the first one, and actually I can give same movie. I don't wanna just copy and paste all those movies. Actually we can write test routes here to create automatically, but anyway, I just started and I will continue. Okay, we have 10 movies here. So let's create. I will send. As you can see, 201 created. And I'm gonna create other lists. Best comedy movies, for example. And I will change here. There will be same movies again. Doesn't matter. And let's say amazing just movies. Let's say action. I have some crime movies. So I'm gonna create more. So let's create some series here. I have some crime series. They should be of course serious, but it's not important for now. Important thing is our list. So let's send comedy. And I'm gonna multiply this. So it doesn't have to be 10 movies. I said we are gonna fetch 10 lists here, but if there is no 10 list, it's gonna automatically fetch the maximum list here. For example, we have just 5 or 6 lists in the series, so it's gonna fetch just 5 or 6. So it's not important. So let's come here and let's try to delete this list. it's gonna be delete method, and our list ID, we are gonna be admin again, and I'm gonna try to delete my list, but let's delete here. It's gonna be list and find by ID and delete, and I'm gonna provide my request params and ID, and after that I can send my response. The list has been deleted. Oh, okay, I will change here, and we don't need this delete anymore, and we are gonna fetch all these lists. So remember, to fetching list we don't have to be admin, so I'm not gonna use this condition. So I will say router, and get method is gonna be just main endpoint, and it's gonna be verify, of course, we should be authenticated. And after that I will say async function and request and response. Right now we have three options. As I said, for home page we are gonna take all lists, and we are gonna fetch just 10 of them inside these lists. It can be series or movies, doesn't matter, it will be random. Again, we are gonna aggregate, and when I click series it's gonna fetch only series. When I click movies it's gonna fetch only movies. But there is one more thing. Remember, when we click one of them there is a select button here, and we can choose any genre. We should consider them also. So I need two queries here. So first one will be type query, request and query, and type, and one more, it's gonna be genre query. And I'm gonna create here an empty list. Let's say list, and after our conditions we are gonna push all data inside this list. Try and catch, and I'm gonna send my error 500 JSON, my error here, and I'm gonna write three conditions here. First one, if there is a type query, which means we click series or movies here, we are gonna do something. If there is no type query, it means we are in the home page, we can fetch random lists. So I will say else, it's gonna be list await and list model, and I will say again aggregate. Remember what we have done, we just get some samples, it's gonna return us random samples. So I will say sample, and size will be 10. So what if we have type here? Sorry, it's not type, it's type query. So I will have one more condition here. Do we have genre here or not? If we have, we are gonna do something else. I will say genre query. I will say list, it's gonna be await again, and aggregate. And I'm gonna write here match condition. Of course this sample will be the same, it's gonna take 10. And additionally I'm gonna write here match function. So I'll say match, and type should be type query, and genre should be genre query. So for example, we choose movie and just crime. So it's gonna look the type, it's gonna be movie, and genre is gonna be crime, and it's gonna find all these movies and send us just 10 of them, 10 random lists. If it's serious and comedy, it will be the same. So what if we have type, series or movies, but we don't have any genre, which means we are in the home page of series page or movies page. Let's do something else here, and this time list is gonna be await again, and list aggregate. Let's copy and paste this, but this time we don't have any genre. Let's try. Lists is gonna be get. So let's check here. Okay, get. And I'm gonna send 500. We didn't send our data. Yes, we didn't. Let's write here. Finally, status will be 200 and send our list array. I will save and let's see again. I'm sending. Okay, again. Oops, I have typo here. Aggregate and others are okay. Let's try one more time. Okay, perfect. It returns 10 lists here. So let's check what we have. First we have series and it's comedy, movie, crime, movie, comedy, series, comedy. As you can see, it's random and it's mixed. So if I write here type, and it's gonna be only series, let's send. As you can see, series comedy, series comedy. We don't have any horror, I think. It's only comedy. If I write here movie, we have different genre here we can try. As you can see, movie crime, comedy, horror. There is no series, awesome. So if I write here and genre, and it's gonna be only comedy, and send, awesome. I will write crime, for example. Crime, and crime. Awesome. It works perfectly. So in this case, we finished our API. We are ready to implement our client side. So we can use Axios and fetch our data. We can delete, update our documents, fetch our data, and finally, it's gonna be a complete MERN application. So right now, let's close all of these windows and close this API and open our client side. In the source folder and in our main.js file, which is app.jsx, as you can see, we just return homepage. Right now we are gonna use React Router DOM. We are gonna indicate our routes, and according to link, we are gonna connect to our other components. So let's do that. I'm gonna open new tab here and cd client, and I'm gonna install React Router DOM package. Yarn add React Router DOM. Let's come here and open new tab and see what we have in the React Router DOM. Okay, this is the documentation. As you can see, there are some components here, and we are going to be using switch component, and under we are going to write our routes. For example, when we go to about, it's going to call the about component. When we go to users URL, it's going to return users component. It's going to work something like that. So let's copy this, and I'm gonna paste here and switch root component, and let's paste here. Okay, right now I'm gonna provide my URLs. For example, for homepage, I'm gonna call my home component here, homepage. So let's write here home. If we go to movies, for example, we are gonna call again home, but this type, as you remember, in our pages and home page, I'm opening, And for this featured components, let's come here and open featured. As you can see, there's a type prop. When it's movie, we are gonna see movie's title and genre. When it's series, we are gonna see series, title, and its genres. So if I write here type movie, for example, let's see. Oops, we didn't write router. Yeah, we forgot this. We should cover this first with router. And we don't need that. Okay, let's see. As you can see, it's not the home page anymore, it's movies page. If I change this, right now we are in the series page. Okay, perfect. So how I'm gonna decide whether we are in the home page or movies page or series page? So I will delete this and I will take as prop. So I'm gonna write here type, and it's gonna equal type. So in this case, we should indicate our type in the main.js file. If our path is movies, our type will be movies. And I will duplicate this, and for series page, we are gonna go to series. But there will be a problem here. Let's go to the movies. Right now, we are supposed to go to the movies page, but we are still in the home page. That because when we go to the slash path, this root decides that we are in the home page, but actually we are not. To prevent this issue, I should write here exact. In this case, if we are in the home page, it's gonna go to the home component. If we write here something else, it's not our exact path anymore. We can go to the other components. So let's write here again. I will refresh. Right now, while we are in this series page, let's come here, featured. As you can see, it's movie. It should be movies. Okay. So if we go to the series, we are in this series page. Perfect. And for the other pages, we have only watch page. Let's come here and write here watch, and we are gonna call our watch component. Let's see, I will write here watch, and we are in the watch component. Perfect. Right now, let's handle these links. If I go to the top bar component, sorry, it was navbar, I think. Yeah, as you can see, there is no link. I'm gonna call my link component from React Router DOM. Okay, it's not here. I'm gonna import manually. So I will cover this, and let's import our link component from React Router DOM. I will say import link from React Router DOM. Let's indicate our URL here. It's gonna go to series page. So I will do the same thing for movies. It's gonna go to the movies page. Let's cover this. Okay, let's see. I'm clicking. We are going to series. I'm clicking this one. We are going to movies. But as you can see, there are some styles here. It works like anchor tag in the HTML, so it has some default style. To prevent this, I can write here class name, and it's gonna be link. I will paste here also. And for our global CSS, app CSS, I'm gonna write here my class name. So it's gonna affect all over this application. Our links can be in the top bar or featured component or list component, doesn't matter, we can use this link class name. So I will say color inherit. So we basically say inherit from your parent. And one more thing, text decoration none. Let's see. As you can see, there is no underline anymore, and our color is our parent's color, which is white. Okay, so it works perfectly. And for this home page, I can use also. Let's close here, and I'm gonna copy and paste here. This time we are gonna go to the home page. Home, series, movies. Perfect. If you remember, we have two more pages. We have login page and register page. Let's add them also. But before, I'm gonna create a variable here. Const user is gonna be true. Of course, it's not the implementation of our login system. But for now, to decide which component we are gonna use, I just created user here. If we have a user, we can go to the home page or any other pages. If we don't have any user, we are gonna go to the register or login page. So let's copy this, and I will paste and register and login. We can delete them. Actually, let's move this at the beginning. So I'm gonna call my components register and login. Okay, right now I can write my condition. I will cover this home component, and I'm gonna write my condition. If there is user, we can go to the home page. If there is no user, we are gonna go to the register page. Or I can use redirect component. Let's write here instead of link redirect, and we can redirect our users anywhere, any path. So if I say to and register, let's see. Right now we have user, and I'm refreshing. We are in the home page. If I make this false, false. By the way, it's gonna be slash, of course. Let's see. Right now we are in the register page. If I try to go to the home page, we are still in the register page. Okay, perfect. So I can do the same thing here for the login page and register page. So I will do the same thing for here. But this time, if we don't have a user, we are gonna go to the register page. If we have, we are gonna go to the home page. So I will copy this and paste here. This time it's gonna be login page. Okay, right now let's go to the home page. Of course, we should do this true. Okay, and for other pages, we can do the same thing. Or basically, I can put my condition here. I'm not gonna redirect anywhere. I will just say if there is a user, you can see these pages. Okay, there is a warning here that because we are using multiple components without any parent, so you can write here any div, or you can use React fragments. I will open this tag and close here. As you can see, right now it works perfectly. So everything is okay right now for this app.jsx. Of course, we are gonna implement our login and register system. Right now, I can fetch my movie lists for homepage, for series and movies. So let's close this, and here I'm gonna use state for my lists. I will say const list, sorry, it's gonna be lists because there are multiple lists here, and I will say set lists. And I'm gonna use state, and for the initial state it's gonna be empty array. We don't have any list right now, but when I refresh the page or enter our application, we are gonna fetch our lists. So how I'm gonna do this? I'm gonna use effect hook. So I will write my function here. It's gonna be const get random lists. It's gonna be async function, that because we are gonna fetch data from our API, and inside I will write my try catch block. If there is an error, we are just gonna console log. We are not handling any errors. And for the try block, let's call our API. To make a request, we need a tool. Of course, you can use JavaScript fetch, but there's a more useful library, so we are gonna use it. It's gonna be yarn add and Axios. Okay, ready. So how we are gonna connect with our API? Remember here in the index.js, our port is 8800, so we can use this proxy. How we are gonna do this? We are gonna go to the package.json in the client side, and here at the ending, I will write proxy, and we are gonna use our API address, which is HTTP localhost and our port. And remember our endpoint, it's API. So we are gonna use this URL. So in this case, we don't have to write this URL again and again. We are just gonna use this proxy and make our API calls. I will say const response because it's gonna return us a response. So await, I'm gonna use my Axios and it's gonna be get method. Remember our URL. Let's come here, our API and routes and lists. As you can see, we have a get method and this is the URL. We can give type or genre and it's gonna return us 10 random lists. So let's call it. It's gonna be lists. By the way, I should import this Axios. Okay, I will copy this and import here. Import Axios from Axios. Okay, and as I said, we can use any query here. So what I will say here is writing my queries. So instead of quotes, I'm gonna use backtick and I'm gonna write my condition. So I will say if there is a type, it's gonna be my query type and equals my type, which is here. And we can use one more use state here and provide our genre. Let's make it null at the beginning. We don't have any. I will say genre. Let's use and here. And one more condition. I will say if there is a genre, use genre query and it's gonna be our genre. It looks a little bit complex, but we are gonna use our lists URL. And if we have type, series or movies, we are gonna add our query. Remember what we have done in our API. And if we have a genre, we are gonna add one more query, which is our genre. Okay, and after getting response, we are gonna set our list and we are gonna use instead of this list component. So set lists and it's gonna be response and data. Before setting anything, if you want to see what we have in the response, we can just basically write console log and response. So let's see, of course I should call this function here, otherwise it's not gonna work. And here I'm gonna write my dependency, and what we have here, we have genre or type. So basically, whenever we change our type or genre, it's gonna automatically call this use effect. And it's gonna get random list and console log this response. So let's try. I will save and let's open our console here. And let's refresh the page. There is an error, I think. Okay, it was not. I was expecting error because of our token, because we don't have any. But there's a silly mistake here. Let's fix that. So I will change this condition. And I will move this here. Of course, it can be easier solution, but it just came in my mind. And if it works, we don't have any problem. I don't want to waste time. So let's refresh and okay, still problem. That means we have a problem with our proxy. Let's open our package.json again. Okay, I forgot here multi-slashes. I will save and let's start our application again. Okay, let's open our console again. And this is what I was expecting. As you can see, we are not authenticated. So how I'm gonna add my JSON web token here? After our request, this is our URL, I should add here some configuration. So it's gonna be headers. And inside headers, remember what's our key? It's token. And after token, I'm gonna write my bearer and token. Of course, we are gonna implement our JSON web token after login process, but we don't have any login operation right now, so I'm gonna use from Postman. Don't worry, we are gonna handle later, but for now, let's log in and take our JWT and paste here. So let's come here and log in again. So I'm gonna take this access token. Okay, let's see again. I will refresh the page. Right now we are authenticated and it returns a response. As you can see, there are some configs, headers, text, but important thing is our data here, and it returns our random lists. I have some crime movies, I have some comedy series. As you can see, this is movie, this is series. I have some crime movies for something like that. So I can use this list and set my list here. Let's delete this console log. So instead of writing these lists, let's delete 3 of them and write here our lists. I will say lists.map, and for each list, I'm gonna call my list component and I will pass my list. I will save. If I go to the home page, as you can see right now we have 10 lists here. It was 4. So it works. Of course we didn't change them, we are gonna change. So let's go to the list component here. And I can take this list as prop and let's change this title. Instead of continue to watch, I will say list.title. As you can see, they've changed. Awesome. Right now, I can update movies here. Let's scroll down, and for list items, I can delete them and I can use again map here. So I can take my list and I will say map, and for each item, I'm gonna call this list item component. It's really easy. So instead of writing index 0, 1, 2, I can use index here. Let's say I or index, doesn't matter. And I'm gonna pass here. It's exactly the same thing. And additionally, I can pass my item, which is my movie. So we are gonna use these movies. Let's come here. List is not an array. Yeah, that's because it's not list. It contains our title, type, and content, as you remember. And this is our content. This is our movie list. Let's try again. As you can see, there is no error. Right now, we can go to the list item component and update our item here. Let's go to the list item. We have index and also item. And right now, instead of trailer, and right now I can delete this trailer. We already have right now, and let's start changing them. First of all, it's our image. It's gonna be item.image. And for trailer, it's gonna be item.trailer. And we have duration here, item duration, and item limit. And year, item.year, And this is our description. Item dot description, and finally our genre. Let's see. Okay, there's something wrong here. We can see them. Index item, we didn't pass it. Okay, index item. So I will console log and let's see what we have there. I will say item and I'm gonna open my console. Oh, I made just silly mistake that because our content list just contains our movie IDs. So basically this item is just an ID. So we have to fetch our data. I just literally forgot about that. I'm sorry. So it's not a problem. It's easy. We already know how to do this. I'm gonna create use effect hook here. And let's create our function. It's gonna be get movie. Of course, const. And it's gonna be async function. And I'm gonna write my try catch block, error, and console log this error. And here I will say const response. We already done that, so it's gonna be easier, I think. Await, and I'm gonna use axios and get method. I'm gonna use my movies endpoint, and remember what we are doing. We are using find endpoint, and finally our movie ID, which is our item. Let's import this. I'm gonna write my configuration again. Let's come here, our home page. I'm gonna copy this header and paste here. Of course, comma. So after taking response, let's create here one more use state and update our movies. I will say movie, and it's gonna be set movie. At the beginning, it's gonna be just null or empty object, and after response, we can update this. I will say set movie, and it's gonna be our response and data. Let's call our function here, get movie, and our dependencies is gonna be item. Whenever we change the item, we are gonna fire this use effect again. I will shrink this a little bit and close here. Okay, it's better, I think. Right now, instead of item, let's change them. Item trailer is gonna be movie. Actually, let's copy this and paste like that. Let's try again. This time, as you can see, we have movies. And when I hover, limit, year, description, and genre. And this is our video. Perfect, it works. Of course, they are same informations and images. We are gonna change them. By the way, when we hover and click this, actually click anything inside this component, I want to go to the watch page and I wanna pass this movie. So how I'm gonna do that? I'm gonna use link here. Above this div, I will say link. Okay, from React Router DOM, perfect. And I'm gonna cover my div. And I will say to watch. But if I do that, I cannot pass my item here, my movie. So there is one more usage, and it's really useful. Instead of equal and our path, I'm gonna create an object here. And path name will be watch. And I will pass my movie. Movie equals movie. Of course, it's not equals, it's object, so it's gonna be colon. Okay, let's try. I'm hovering and clicking, and we are going to watch page. Perfect. So I can take this movie, which we sent here. Oops, it's movie. And after that, we can use this video. Let's go to the watch page. So how I'm gonna reach this location? To do that, there is a useful React hook. Let's see, const location. It's gonna be use location hook. So let's see what we have here. I will say console log and location. I will open my console. As you can see, there is an object and path name and our movie. Of course, it's old page. I didn't refresh. It's still movie and R. And we are gonna use this movie. So if I write here movie.video instead of this link, it's gonna return our actual movie. I will say movie. Of course, we didn't take this movie. Let's take from our location. I will say const movie equals location dot movie. So I will say movie dot video. Let's save and let's go to the home page. And I'm hovering and clicking. As you can see, our movie is still here. Perfect. And I can add link here for this home. Before this back div, I will say link from React Router DOM, and I will cover this div. And finally, I will say to my home page. So I can click right now, and we are going to home page. Perfect. So what else we have? We have this featured movie. Let's go to the featured component. Right now we are gonna fetch random movie because remember in our API, where is our API here? For movies, as you remember, we have get random method. We can pass our type. Let's do that. I will use state here, const, let's say content, for example, and I will say set content, and it's gonna be use state, and in the initial state it's gonna be empty object. Let's use again use effect. I will open my dependency. For now it's gonna be empty. We are gonna fill this later. Const get random content. And it's gonna be async function and try catch block. Console log my error. And here I will say const response. And I'm gonna use again await and axios. It was get method and my URL is movies and random. I can use my query here. It's gonna be type and equals if we have any type. Let's make this backtick. Okay, if we have any type, we are gonna pass this as query. If we don't have, it's gonna just take a random movie or series for homepage. So our dependency will be type in this case. And let's call our function. And after getting response, I'm gonna set my content. Set content, response, and data. Oops. Response and data. Okay, right now I can use this content. It's gonna be content.image. And remember, this is our title. I mean title image. So it's gonna be image title. And description. And that's all, I think. Of course, I didn't write my header here. Let's copy again and paste here after my URL. Let's see. Okay, there's a problem here. Let's see what we have. I'll say console log and my content. Let's open up our console. And okay, this is an array. That's because, remember, the sample sent us an array, not object. So instead of response and data, I will say response data and first element. Right now it works perfectly. This is our image, this is our title, it looks really strange, and our description. If I go to the series, it's gonna be same, of course, that because our all documents are same, so it really looks strange. We have only one image and even our title. So I'm gonna stop the video and change them a little bit, so it's gonna be more beautiful, and after that we are gonna make our admin panel. Okay, right now we are gonna create our admin application. If you go to the Llama Dev GitHub repository, you can search for React admin. It's here, and we are gonna use this application. If you didn't watch this video, I highly recommend you to watch first if you care about design part. If you don't, you can directly just clone this repository. So I'm gonna go to my application, and here I'm gonna create another folder. It's gonna be admin, and I'm going to admin folder here, and I'm gonna clone this repository. So how I'm gonna do this? You can fork this whole repository and work on it, or if you want to clone, you can come here and choose this link, and after that you can clone only single branch, which is React admin. So how you are gonna do this? You can write here git clone single branch, and we are gonna write here our branch, which is React admin, and I'm gonna paste my repository link. And finally, I wanna download it inside this folder, which is admin, and it's gonna clone, and it's done. As you can see, they are here, our source folder, public folder. So how we are gonna import our libraries? Only thing you should do is writing here yarn. Okay, it's ready. So if I start this application, it's gonna start on port number 3000, but our client server run on 3000 also, so I should change one of them. Let's change this admin one. You can go to the package.json and you can write here your port number, but it depends on your computer. If you are using Mac, it's gonna be different. If you are using Windows, different type. To prevent this, you can just basically create here .env file and write here just port, and let's say 4000. And after saving, and let's start our application. As you can see, it works on 4000, but there's a problem here. Our app CSS, let's check. Source app, okay, it should be lowercase here, and here app CSS. Okay, let's see again. As you can see, this is our application. It's really nice. So what I'm gonna do is changing this user analytics first. So let's go to the home page, pages and home. Okay, as you can see, we have featured info and chart and these widgets here, new members, latest transactions. Of course, we are not gonna implement any payment method like normal Netflix. It will be stay like that. Maybe in the future we can update our application. We can add payment methods. We can count our sales, our costs. Why not? So let's take care of this analytics. If you watch this admin template video, we are fetching these users, these numbers from our dummy data here is totally fake data. Right now, instead of this, we are going to fetch this data from our API. So firstly, let's create our months first. It will be a little bit different, but you will understand. So I will come here and I'm going to create my months. Const months, and it's going to be an array, and I will just copy and paste them. Just first 3 letters like that, and after that I'm going to use a use state. Let's close here. So I will say const user stats and set user stats, and it's going to be use state, and in the initial state it's going to be empty array. Just remember our API here, and roots, and finally users. As you remember, we have user stats here, and we are returning month number and user number. By the way, we didn't implement this months array. I forgot deleting this. Instead of that array, we are gonna use our array. That because it depends on our client side. Maybe I want to use just 3 letters here, maybe full name, maybe just month index. So let's fetch our data. Remember what we are doing. As always, I'm gonna use useEffect. Let's import this. Okay, right now I will say const get stats. It's gonna be async function, and I will say const Axios, and it's gonna be get method. By the way, we didn't install Axios for our admin side, so I'm gonna open new terminal here, and I will go to the admin, and I will say yarn add Axios. By the way, you don't have to create new folder and download this whole application. You can also go to the source folder and copy and paste our admin components. So you can just use one client side, and inside you can create admin folder maybe and paste these pages components, and you can use like that just without creating any other application. It really doesn't matter. Okay, so let's import this Axios. I will say import Axios from Axios. Oops, from. Okay, so I'm gonna write here my endpoint. By the way, we didn't provide our proxy here. Let's do the same thing as we did before. It's gonna be proxy and HTTP localhost and 8800 and API. Okay, so I can use it. I will say users and stats. It's gonna be my endpoint, and I'm gonna write my headers, and token, it's gonna be, let's copy paste here our access token, and it's gonna be bearer and my token. Okay, by the way, I forgot writing here const response and await Axios. Okay, after that, let's set our user stats. By the way, I forgot writing here try catch block. Catch error. If we have an error, we are just gonna console log. Oops, it should be here. Okay, so after taking my response, I will say set user stats, and it's gonna be response and data. And let's call our function here, and let's see what we have. Console log user stats, and I'm going to my application, Let's close here actually. Okay. And as you can see, we have an array and June, July, and May. And there are our total users. By the way, we have a warning here. Let's look at that. For our table here, we are using table. It says you should add tBody for your table body. Let's add that. What was our component? Let's come here. It was widget large, I think. Yes, it is. And here I'm gonna create my tBody, and I'm gonna close after. Sorry, before table. Oh, it's pretty long. Okay, let's see again. I will refresh. Okay, perfect. We have our data. Right now, using this month array, let's close here. This array, we can pass this data to our chart here. So let's do that. Instead of setting data like that, I will just delete this, and for each data, I will say response data and map. And for each data, each item, I'm gonna set my stats again and again. So I will say set user stats and previous state. I will say take this previous stats, don't change anything, but add one more thing, which is name months array and item dot id -1. That because this is our array, and for each item, this is our id. Value is 6, which is June, but in our array, if you look at here, it's element 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It should be 6, but it's 5th element. That because of we are using array. So that's why I write here -1. So our name will be months, 5th element, which is June. So one more thing I will say. New user or total user, doesn't matter. It's gonna be item.total, which is here. So let's see right now. By the way, we have dependency here. It's gonna be months, but it's never changing. Let's come here. As you can see, there is a problem because it's constant. We can say to React, it's not gonna change in any case. So we can just memorize this array. How we are gonna do this is gonna be use memo hook. Let's import. And it's gonna return our array. I'm gonna move this here. And finally, we should write here any dependency. It's gonna be empty array, which is we don't have any dependency. It's not gonna change in any case. Okay, I will refresh. And as you can see, we have name June and new user 2, July 8, May 1. Awesome. So I can use this in my chart. Let's come here. Oh, I made a mistake in that because it's not our homepage. I should write them here. Okay, let's copy and paste them. I will copy here everything. I forgot that we are in the app.js. And I will paste here. And let's copy this libraries and paste here. I'm sorry for that. Okay, it's exactly the same thing. Nothing is gonna change here, as you can see. And right now I can use my stats. Let's copy this and we can clean this console log. And for our chart, instead of our dummy data, I'm gonna pass my new data. And title will be user analytics and data key will be new user. Remember our key here. Let's see right now. And as you can see, 2, 1, and 8. By the way, it shows May here that because we changed our users in our DB by manually, in the normal case, it's not gonna show like that, but if you want to, we can sort our array again in any case. So how we are gonna do this? I will come here before this map. I will say sort. Actually, we can do this here. Let's create maybe const stats list, and it's gonna be response.data, and we are gonna sort by our item ID. So how we are gonna do this? I'm gonna get two instances and sort by their IDs. If you wanna, we can check here. You can understand better, I think. As you can see, if we have just numbers, when we say sort, it's gonna sort automatically, but we have an object. So how we are gonna compare them? As you can see, our situation is like that. So it basically takes two elements inside, two instances, and it's comparing their value inside this object, smallest to greatest. So we will do the same thing. Let's actually copy here. And for our sort method, it's gonna be a.id and b.id. And instead of response and data, I'm gonna use this array. Let's see right now. As you can see, May, June, and July. And as I said before, if you are not changing anything in the MongoDB by manually, you don't have to do this. It's already gonna send you data in normal order. Okay, anyway, it works perfect. So let's fetch our new users. I'm gonna go to the small widget. Here, widget small. Let's open up. And I'm gonna close them. Okay, right now I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna fetch my data and set my state, and I'm gonna use my new data. So I will say const new users, set new users. It's gonna be use state, and of course I should import this. Okay, and it's gonna be empty array. Let's create our use effect quickly. Okay, and I'm gonna say const get new users. It's gonna be async function, and I will say const response and axios.get. It's gonna be users endpoint, and if you do this, it's gonna fetch all users. But if you write here our query, which is new and true, it's gonna return only 10 recent users. So I will import this axios. Okay, I forgot try catch and await. I will do this catch error and console log. It's gonna be await, and my header here. Soon we are gonna handle our authentication, and after that we don't have to write this token again and again. We are gonna just take this from our current user. Okay, after our response, let's set our data. It's gonna be response and data. And after that, I'm gonna call my function get new users. Let's come here and choose this new users. Right now I can delete these unnecessary items. I will just leave one here. Okay, let's use our map. I will say dot map, and for each user I'm gonna call this component, this li. Okay, for image I will write here a logic. I will say user.profile picture, if there is no profile picture, if it's just empty string, I'm gonna write just default avatar. So let's search for it. For example, Netflix avatar. Oh, it shows this movie. So let's choose this. Okay. Let's copy this and paste. Copy image address and I'm gonna paste here. Okay. And we don't have any job title. I can delete here. And instead of any color, I'm gonna write user.username. It's gonna look a little bit strange, but it's what it is. Okay, it's not here. Let's look at our console. It says unauthorized. So there is something wrong with this token. It's gonna be headers, not header. Let's see again. As you can see, our users are here. Perfect. But I said last 10 users, but it should be 5, I think, here. Let's go to our API and users. Roots here. And stats, get all. Okay, it's gonna be 5. I will refresh again. Okay, awesome. Here is gonna be same, and let's take care of our movies. If you remember our admin design video, when we click here, we are going to products. We have fake data here again, but I can change this. It's not gonna be product. It's gonna be just movie. Let's go to the sidebar. And here, where's this? Users, products, it's gonna be movies, like that. And let's change this sidebar icon. It's not gonna be storefront, it's gonna be play. What was that? It was play or not, I don't remember, I'm not sure. Let's check actually here. Material UI icons. And I'm gonna write here play. Okay, play arrow. Or it can be this one, it's better writing. Let's import. I will copy this and I'm gonna come here. Instead of this store, I'm gonna paste new one. Let's check. Okay, perfect. So I can change this link also. Let's come here. Not products, it's gonna be movies. But we don't have any root like that. Let's go to the app.js. And here, instead of products, I'm gonna say movies. So it's exactly the same page. If you want to, before starting, let's take care of our context API. I was going to use Redux, but I decided that maybe I can prepare an independent video about Redux first. Maybe a couple hours, and after that, maybe next project, we can handle our state management with Redux or Redux toolkit. Just let me know in the comments below. But in this video, I'm gonna keep doing context API. We are gonna delete our elements and update them and fetch them, everything. By the way, you don't have to do this. You can use just use effect for each operation, but it's not the best practice. Instead of doing like that, we are gonna use context API for our movies and lists, and I'm gonna leave users for you to homework. It's gonna be the same thing. If you handle these movies, you are gonna handle these users also. It's nothing complex, don't worry. And for the client side, our Netflix application, we are not using any context API. We don't need them because users almost don't do anything except fetching data, so we don't need that. Maybe only for authentication, for login and register. Anyway, before handling our movies, let's create our authentication context API. Okay, let's create here context folder. But before, I'm gonna close everything here. It looks really messy, and I will close my components, pages, and let's create our context. And in this context, we are gonna have a couple contexts. First one will be auth context and movie context. And list context. And finally, user context. Okay, let's care about our authentication first. So we are gonna have 3 files here. First one will be our context file and our reducer and our action. If you don't know anything about Context API, you can go to the social media application and find Context API timestamp there. You can watch these short parts. I think it will be really useful for you. I don't want to explain everything again and again for regular visitors. So I'm gonna create my Context API first. I will say context.js. Actually, I will make them capital. And my reducer and my actions. Before creating my context, I'm gonna talk about actions first. For example, when we go to the login page, we are gonna enter our username and password, and when I click the button, login button, we are gonna have 3 stages. First one will be starting stage, and we are gonna have success stage and failure stage. After clicking, if everything is okay, if my credentials are correct, it's gonna end up being successful. If there's an error, if my credentials are wrong, if there is any server error, it's gonna end up being failure. So let's write these 3 stages. They are gonna be our actions. I will say export const and login start. And we have to write here any type, that because it's gonna recognize which action we are gonna dispatch. So I will say login and start. Of course, I should cover them. Okay. So I will duplicate this. This one will be login success. And this one will be login failure. So let's change them also. Login success and login fail or failure. If our login process is successful, it's gonna return us a user. Remember, when we login in the Postman, it's gonna return our user here. So we are gonna take this user and update our state. So I will write here payload and just send this user to me. By the way, you can write here error, and as payload you can send this error also, but if there is an error, we will just show something regular, nothing specific for each error. For example, for not found, for 500, we don't care about this in this project. Okay. So what about reducers? Basically, it's gonna take our actions, and according to these actions, it's gonna update our context state. So you will understand better right now. Const authentication reducer or auth reducer. We are gonna take state and our actions, and we are gonna use switch case block. So I will send my action type. Remember, we are sending here, for example, login start, success, login failure. It's gonna look at this action type and it's gonna decide. So we are gonna write here our cases. Case 1. If it's login start, it's gonna return our new state. Return, and I'm gonna write here my state. We didn't write anything here, but basically our initial state initial state will be like that. Our user, it's gonna be null at the beginning, is fetching. It's gonna decide whether we are fetching any data from API or not. At the beginning, it's gonna be false. When we click the login button, it's gonna be true until it's gonna get success or failure. And one more thing we are gonna have, it's an error. And it's gonna be false again. After fetching data, if there is an error will be true. It's gonna work something like that. Let's delete this and continue it here. So I will say user will be null because we just started. Is fetching will be true and error will be just false. We are at the beginning right now. So for others, login start and login failure, and finally we are gonna have default, and it's gonna just return our state. Nothing is gonna change. Of course, object here. Okay, let's change them. Success and failure. Okay, if we are successful, remember, it's gonna return us a user. So we are gonna update our user with given user like here. So I'm gonna say it's not gonna be null anymore. It's gonna be action.payload. And is fetching will be false. We are not gonna have any error. And in case of error, user will be null. Its fetching will be false because we finish. And error will be true. And that's all. I hope you understood here. Let's export this reducer. I will say export default and my reducer. It can be capital. Let's change this. Okay, perfect. So let's care about our context. I'm gonna import my reducer. I will say auth reducer from my reducer. Okay, so let's create our initial state. I will say const initial state, and it's gonna be, as I said before, user null, is fetching false, and error is false. And I'm gonna create my context, and it's gonna be export. We are gonna use this later. It's gonna be auth context, and I will say create context and pass my initial state. By the way, I should import this from React. If you can't, we can do this manually. I will say import create context from React. Okay, after that I'm gonna create my provider. I will say const auth context and provider, and it's gonna take a probe here. It's gonna be children. You're gonna understand what I mean by that, don't worry. And I'm gonna use my reducer. Const is gonna return us our state and dispatch, that we can dispatch our actions like start login, success, failure, something like that. So I'm gonna use reducer hook here, and I'm gonna pass my reducer, and finally my initial state. And after that, we are gonna cover our components, pages, or directly our index.js here, our application. After covering this component, it's gonna able to reach this state and dispatch. So I will say return my context here, dot provider, and here it should be our tag, and I will close, and here I'm gonna write children. So in this case, our children will be our application. So what I'm going to pass to this application, I will say value, and this application can reach my user. It's going to be state.user, and it can reach my is fetching data, state.isFetching, and it can be my error, state.error. And finally, can reach my dispatch, so they can dispatch these actions. After login button, they can dispatch this start action. After getting response, they can dispatch this success action, something like that. So let's go and use this provider. So I will copy this and I'm coming here, and here I'm gonna paste my provider. Let's import. Okay, perfect. Right now I'm able to reach all these values in my application. For example, if I delete this from here, and let's come to app.js, and if I cover this product list, only product list component will reach this data. I know it looks a little bit complex if you don't know, but after more practice, you're gonna understand better and better. Let's go to our login page. By the way, we don't have any login page, I think. Oh, I forgot. Let's create just basic one. I will say login, and inside we are gonna have login.jsx and login.css. Okay, I'm gonna create my function, and class name will be login. I will call my login CSS, import from login.css. Okay, I don't know what to do here. I will just create simple form. It's gonna be login form. Let's delete here, and we are gonna have just email and password. I will say input, login input. It's gonna be text, and placeholder will be email, and here it's gonna be password, and type will be password. Let's see, but before I should indicate my roots. So I will come here, let's copy this and paste here. I'm gonna say for login, it doesn't have to be exact. It's gonna call my login component. Let's see. I will go to the login. Okay, it's here, but I didn't consider this top bar and sidebar. That because our container here, we have top bar, sidebar. So if I move this switch here, and after div, and I'm gonna move my login before top bar. As you can see, it works perfect right now. And let's take this login form, login and login form. I will say with 100%, height 100 VH, and it's gonna be display flex, align item center, justify content center. I'm just trying to center this form like that. What about this form? I will say login form. It's gonna be display flex, and flex direction will be column. It's gonna be column related flex box, something like that. So what about this inputs? What was the name? Login input. I will say margin bottom, maybe 20. I'm just designing right now. I didn't know that I forgot login page. But anyway, it will be just basic one. I don't care about this design. So what about this button? Let's come here, create a button. I will say login. And class name login button. Let's copy this, and here maybe I can change a little bit. Let's see first. It looks okay, but maybe color, background color, teal, or okay, doesn't matter. I will just clean this border, and maybe text color. Let's see. I will give padding maybe, and cursor pointer. Okay, it's enough, I think. Important thing is our context here. It doesn't have to be that fancy. And after this video, maybe I can release new page that we can reach in the GitHub repository. But for now, it looks okay, seriously. Nothing fancy. So I'm gonna write here my use states for email and password. I will say const email and set email, and it's gonna be use state, and of course I forgot importing. Okay, it's gonna be empty. And for the password, it will be the same, password and set password. Okay, so I'm gonna come here and say on change. Whenever we change this input, it's gonna update our email. So I will say event and set my email. Let's close here. And it's gonna be event target and value. And I will do the same thing for password. Let's paste. And this time it's gonna set my password. Oops, okay. And here I'm gonna write on click method. When I click this login button, it's gonna call a function which is handle, maybe click, maybe login. Okay, let's create const handle login. I will write here e.prevent default. Otherwise, when I click that button, it's gonna refresh the page. I don't wanna refresh anything. Okay, perfect. Right now, I can dispatch my actions. For example, I can say dispatch start, and after I can use Axios and try to log in my application. If it's successful, I can dispatch success one. If there's an error, I can dispatch error one. But I don't want to do this here. If you want to, you can do this here, or if you want to, you can create here maybe API calls file, and you can do all these processes inside it. So let's do like that. I will create here API calls.js, and here I'm gonna create my function. But before, let's import Axios from Axios, and I will say export const, and I will say login or login call, doesn't matter. Let's say login. It can be shorter. So it's gonna be async function. And after that, we are gonna take our user credentials, which is our email and password. But shortly, I can just say user. And we are gonna have just dispatch. That because we need that when we dispatch our actions. Remember what I said. Okay, it should be arrow. Okay. So first one, when I click the button, I'm gonna dispatch my start action. So let's call it, what was the name? Login start. Let's import. Okay. And after that, I can try sending my credentials to API. So I will say try catch. If there is an error, I'm gonna dispatch another action, which is failure. So I will say dispatch login failure. Okay, so I can try right now. I will say const response and axios.post is gonna be our endpoint and login. And after that, I'm gonna pass my user credentials, email and password. And after that, if it's successful, I'm gonna dispatch my other action, which is login success. And remember, we are passing payload here, which is user. Don't forget that. And it's gonna be response and data. By the way, they should be function. I forgot. It's important. Okay. They don't have any parameters and it has our new user. Okay, awesome. So we can call it right now. Remember, we need user credentials and dispatch. So how I'm gonna call this dispatch here? So there is an use context hook. Let's use it. I will say const. What we need here maybe is fetching and dispatch. Remember, in our context, we can reach them. And here I will say use context and I'm gonna call my auth context. Okay, awesome. Right now, let's call our API call. Remember, it's login. I will say login from API calls and I'm gonna pass my credentials, email and password, and finally my dispatch. You can write here const user and you can pass email and password, but you can do like that also, doesn't matter. So in this case, if it's fetching, maybe I can make this button disable. So it depends on my is fetching. If it's true, it's gonna be disabled. Let's see. I will say llama dev. What was my email? Let's check here. llama@gmail.com. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's open our network here. I'm clicking. And as you can see, it's 200. Let's click here. What we have. Our headers, our credentials, and our response. As you can see, it sends us our access key, updated at, email, username, everything here. Perfect. So it works. But there is a problem here. If I refresh the page, we don't have anything. If I go to the home page, we will not have any user. We have to log in again and again. So how I'm gonna handle this problem? So after login process, if I save my information in our local storage, I can use them anywhere until I log out. So let's come here. I'm gonna use here use effect. I will say use effect. And I'm gonna say local storage. And I will say set item. It's gonna be our key, which is user. So I will say state.user. But it's a JSON file, JSON object. How am I gonna change this to string? It's easy. I will write here JSON.stringify, and it's gonna change this JSON object to string. So my dependency will be state.user. So it means whenever I change this state, we are gonna set user object. Let's come here and application. We have local storage. As you can see, we don't have anything. Our key will be user, and here will be our ID is admin, every information. I forgot here comma. Okay. But what about here? Our initial state is null, which means when I refresh the application, it's gonna be null again. But instead of writing here null, we can take our user from our local storage. Of course, if we have. So basically, let's delete this. I will say local storage and get item and user. If we don't have user, just make this null. Of course, it's string. Okay. And by the way, it's string, that because we just convert this here. However, I'm gonna convert this to JSON file again, JSON object. Let's cover this and I will say JSON and parse. That's all. Let's see again. I will refresh my page. I will say llama@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. I will log in and user undefined. Okay, there is a problem. Okay, our process is perfect, but something wrong with our value here. So let's clear here and let's look at what we have. For this API call, okay, I forgot writing here await and dispatch login success, response and data. And here we have action payload. By the way, it's login failure. By the way, it's raining so hard again. I hope I won't have to cut the video again. We will see. And login success. Everything looks good, but let's try. I will refresh the page. llama@gmail.com. I will log in. Okay, it works. My user and my information. Perfect. So even if I refresh the page, as you can see, it's still here. So in this case, I can make a condition. If I have a user, I don't have to see this login page. We can go to our dashboard. By the way, I can write here one more condition, that because normal user can log in also. But if I write here, if response and data dot is admin, we can dispatch our login success action. Okay. So let's go to the app.js. Right now I can copy my use context here and paste here. This time I'm just gonna call my user. Let's import them and use context hook. Okay, right now let's write here our condition. I will say if there is a user, just redirect to homepage. If there is no user, I can just call my login component. Oops, it should be here, of course. Okay, perfect. So I can write condition here also. If we have a user, we can see other components like whole. So in this case, I can close my curly brackets after my div. As you can see, we have same problem here because we have div and top bar without any parent. So I'm gonna use React fragments. And after this div, I will close. Okay, perfect. As you can see, we are in the home page. That's because we have user, we have admin. So it works perfectly. So what about these movies? By the way, we can implement our logout also. Let's come here for these actions. I will copy and paste them. Let's say logout, and it's gonna be logout start, logout success. Actually, we don't have to do that. That's because we are not using our API. It can be only just logout, and it's gonna be logout. I'm not using success and failure. That's because there is no reason to write them. There will be no success, no failure. We are just gonna delete our users from our state. It's gonna be null again. So I will save this, and here let's copy this and paste again. This time it's gonna be just logout, and our user will be null, it's fetching false, and error will be false too. Okay, and in the alt context, when we change our user in the state, we are gonna set user again, and it's gonna be null. We don't have any button here, but you can create as we did in the Netflix application. You can write here just logout. When you click this, you can dispatch this logout action, and it's gonna make our user null again. Perfect. So what about these movies? Let's create other context for movie context. I'm gonna create new file. It's gonna be movie context and JS movie reducer .js. Why I'm writing R here? Okay. And finally, movie actions. Okay, let's close here and this login, and I will move this here so we can copy and paste things. So let's take care about our actions first. Remember what we are doing here. Maybe I can copy this, and for movie actions I will say const get movie start. Movies, actually. We are gonna fetch all of them. And our state will be movies. In the initial state it's gonna be empty array, and is fetching and error again. Okay, so I can write here get movies start, and two more, get movies success and get movies failure. Let's change them also. So in this case, after fetching data, it's gonna give us our movies, whole movies, so I can return them as payload. It's gonna be movies. My typos again. So let's come here. I will just copy and paste my user reducer authentication. So let's change this. It's gonna be movie reducer, and I'm gonna change here also. I hope this raining sound is not coming to you. It's really annoying. So I will say get movies start success and failure. So I can delete this. This time it's not gonna be user, it's gonna be movies. And at the beginning it's gonna be empty, is fetching, true, error, false. And if we get any successful data, it's gonna be movies, action and payload. And other case, in the failure, movies will be null again. Sorry, empty array. Let's copy our auth context and paste here. This time I'm gonna call my movie reducer, and I'm gonna delete here movies, and it's gonna be empty array. Let's create our context. It's gonna be movie context, our initial state, and I will say movie context provider, and I'm gonna change my reducer. We don't need any use effect here. And finally I will say movie context provider, and my value will be movies state movies. Okay, it looks nice. I hope everything is okay. Let's create here our API calls. I will say API calls.js. You can write movie API calls also, but doesn't matter. So I will say get movies. So I will write here dispatch, and here let's get started with get movies start action. Okay, after that I can try and catch, but before it should be async function, and I will say try and catch block. In this case, it's gonna be get movies error failure, and here I will say const response, and it's gonna be Axios, and get method. I'm gonna use my movies endpoint, and here I should write my headers and token, and I will say bearer. This time we are not gonna use actual JWT here. Instead of that, I'm gonna just get this JWT from our local storage. So I will say local storage and get item and my key here, which is user JWT, which is access key. Okay, access token. Of course, this is a string, so I will cover this and convert to JSON. So I will say parse. Okay, this time we can get our access token, and when we make a request, let's dispatch our success action. I will say get movies success, and this time I'm gonna send my payload, which is response and data. And by the way, I forgot here my dispatch, and here. Okay, perfect. Of course, it should be export because we are gonna use this inside our products. I mean this movie page. So that's all for now. Let's close all of them and open up our product page. Pages and product. Maybe I should change this name to movies, but okay. By the way, it's not my product page, it's single product, I think. I should go to the product list. Let me see. Okay, here. By the way, because of this storm, I don't have electric and my internet. Even if I use my hotspot, my operator just fired up. Oh, so I should cut this video here and continue later. Okay, I came back. What we were doing? We were fetching our data. Right now, instead of our dummy data, we are gonna use our movie context and fetch our data. Let's write here const. We are gonna fetch movies and our dispatch. And I will say use context. And it's gonna be our movie context. Let's check here. I'm not sure it's the correct name. Yes, it's movie context. Let's import it here. Movie context from context, movie context, and main file. Okay. Right now I can delete this. Let's comment this out. We are gonna handle this later. Let's fetch our data first. I will say use effect. When I render this page, we are gonna fetch our data. Let's remember what we have here. We have get movies and we are gonna pass our dispatch. So I will say get movies. I will import this and I'm gonna pass dispatch. Let's import this use effect. And here my dependency will be dispatch. Okay, let's see. Are we doing everything okay or not? I will just console log data. We are gonna use movies, but first let's delete our data grid here. Okay, right now it says dispatch is not a function. Movies and dispatch, use context, movie context. And here, okay, that because we didn't use our provider inside our index.js. So we are not allowed to use it. So let's come here. I will copy and paste this. And right now it's gonna be movie context. And it's gonna be lowercase, and I should cover my application. And right now, let's try. I will refresh the page. Okay, awesome. Our movies are here. So I can use it. Let's close here and delete this console log. I will command on again. Instead of data, it's gonna be movies. But here, as you can see, we still have products, my stock, status, price. We don't need them. We should correct them first. So firstly, I'm gonna correct this product. It's gonna be movie, and header name will be movie. Okay, it's gonna be movie image, and this one will be movie title instead of name. And here I will delete this stock. It's gonna be, let's say, genre. I'm gonna change here also, and 200 is too much. I think it's too big. I will change this. Actually, let's delete here price status. Instead of that, I'm gonna multiply this genre, and this one will be year, and this one is age limit, and this one is series. Let's check here. Okay, there is a problem. It says the data grid component requires unique ID. We provide here ID, but it should be underscore ID. But if we write here underscore, it's not gonna work either. That because it should be ID anyway. So what I'm gonna do is coming here and say get row ID. And let's say R, which means row, and row.id. Let's see right now. I will close here, and as you can see, our movies are here. By the way, I changed some of movies. We have Joker, Flash, and I'm gonna add different movies and series later. For now, it's totally okay because we are gonna try to delete them. I didn't want to add the actual movies here, but there's something wrong with these IDs. I can't see them. Let's come here. Okay, I think we can change here. Okay, it works right now. I can sort them. Perfect. Right now, let's take care about this delete button. To do that, I'm gonna go to my contacts again. I'm gonna create new actions, and we are gonna handle them with our reducer. So here I'm gonna copy them and paste again. Let's say delete movie starts. It's gonna be singular because we are just deleting one. So I will change delete movie, and it's gonna be delete movie. So how I'm gonna delete any movie here? When I click the button, we are gonna take this movie ID and we are gonna try to remove from our movies array. So I will not take here any movie. Instead of this, I will take movie ID. For shortcut, I will say just ID. Okay, let's go to the reducer. I'm gonna multiply here, and I will write delete movie, start, success, and failure. And at the beginning, we are not gonna change anything inside our movies, so I can write here take the current state. I will just use spread operator here, and it's gonna take whatever our movie is in the current state, and if it's successful, I'm gonna delete the movie which has this ID. Okay, so I'm gonna say take state and movies and filter this, and for each movie I'm gonna say movie.id is not equal action.payload. Basically, it's gonna look at our movies state, movies array, and filter this, and it's gonna be a condition here. If the movie ID is not equal our ID, they are gonna stay in our array. If it's equal, it's gonna remove. Okay, it's fetching false, error false. And if there's an error, again, state will be the same. Fetching false and error true. Let's handle this. Of course, I should write my API call first. I will come here and I can copy this and paste. I will say delete movie. We are gonna take our movie ID and dispatch. Let's call our actions. It's gonna be delete movie start, and it's gonna try to delete our movie, delete movies, and I should give here ID, and it's gonna be our ID from here, our token here. And after that, if it's successful, I'm gonna say delete movie success, and I'm gonna pass my ID here, and after that delete movie failure. Of course, we don't need any response here, we are just deleting. So okay, let's try. I will just copy my function, and here inside handle delete, I will say delete movie function. Let's import, and here I'm gonna pass my ID and dispatch. And let's go to the handle delete function. On click handle delete, we are gonna pass params row, and it's gonna be underscore ID. Let's see, everything looks okay. I hope it's gonna work. Let's try to delete this flash 10. I'm clicking. As you can see, it's not here anymore. I'm clicking again. Perfect, it works. So if I refresh the page, if they are still here, it means we just fell inside our DB, but they are not, it works perfectly. So what about updating our movies? Firstly, I'm gonna add here a link. After that, we are gonna go to the single movie page, which is product here. As I said, you can change names. So actually we have link here, row ID. Why I can't see? Okay, it's here, product and movie ID. Okay, right now I'm gonna change here a little bit. We don't need this chart, it's gonna be only our information. And here we are gonna be able to update our information. Let's delete this chart first. I'm gonna open my product. So I'm gonna write here movie. And here, let's delete this left side. Okay. And instead of this image and Apple AirPods, let's change them. How I'm gonna fetch this movie? I can use this ID, but there is a shortcut. We can use our links here, that because we have all movies. So instead of link to product, I will say path name. It's gonna be product and my ID, and I will say movie will be params.row. So if I come here, we did this before. You are already familiar. I'm gonna say const location, and I'm gonna call my use location hook, and the movie will be location.movie. So let's delete this chart and fake data. Okay, I can use my movie. I will delete this image, and it's gonna be movie.image. And here I will say movie.title. Let's see. There are our movies. I'm going to Joker and edit. As you can see, it's image and name. Let's update others. I will say movie.id ID and genre, and let's say what we have here, movie dot year, and our limit, movie dot limit. Let's see. Okay, perfect. By the way, it doesn't look good. I can change this style maybe. Let's open our product CSS, and here for this key, product info item, and after our key, so I will give some space. I will say margin right 20 pixels. Okay, it's better, I think. You can center them also, but it's not important. Let's take care of here. I will say movie title, and placeholder will be, let's delete this and write here movie.title. It's gonna be year, and I can delete this select. Actually, we are not gonna use select. I will say input text and placeholder. It's gonna be movie and year. So I'm gonna copy and paste this a couple times. I will do this quickly. Okay, let's make them file because they are trailer and video. Okay, so let's change this image. It's gonna be movie and image. Okay, great. So I'm not gonna show you updating first. I'm gonna start with creating new video. After that we can come here and update our movie. That's because I'm gonna show you how to upload image and videos. Let's skip this section and let's take care of creating. So I'm going to new product, and here we are gonna change a lot of things. Okay, let's go to the component. I just closed them all, and let's open new product. Okay, I will change here. It's gonna be new movie, and there will be 3 images. So I'm gonna multiply this. It's gonna be title image, and this one will be thumbnail image. So I can change these IDs. It's gonna be image, image title, and image small. So what else we have? We have title. Let's write here, for example, John Wick, and it's gonna be description, placeholder, let's say description again. So I'm gonna copy this, and it's gonna be year, limit, genre, and what we have, duration, I think. Let's say year, genre, duration. In the updating page we forgot this one, I think, but it's not important, we can change. And finally it's gonna be limit. So in my select is gonna be is serious, maybe a question mark here, and first one will be false. I will say no, and second one will be yes, which means true. Let's change this ID. It's gonna be is serious, and finally my trailer and video. So I'm gonna create 2 more div here. It's gonna be trailer and file, and we don't need any placeholder, it's just file, video and file. Let's see. Okay, 3 images. other informations is serious. We can choose here yes or no, trailer and video. Perfect. But it looks a little bit strange that because it's really long. So I can change this form container. Let's choose here what we have. Add product form. Let's go to the CSS and see. New product and CSS. Okay, I can say here display flags. They are gonna look like that, but I don't want any overflow. So I can write here flag strap. It's gonna be wrap. So for these items, I can give some margin or padding and it's gonna look better, I think. So I will say padding 20. Okay, awesome. So I can give height for this button. Where is the button? This one, I think. Height 30. But its position is a little bit strange. Align self and let's try center first. I'm not sure it's okay or not. Okay, perfect. It's gonna be really complex form, but we are gonna handle this. How we can do this? We can come here and try to create maybe let's say 3, 6, 9 and 12 use state, but it's not a good idea. It's gonna be really long and ugly. Instead of this, I'm gonna create one use state for these inputs and individual states for these images and videos. So I will say const movie and set movie. It's gonna be our inputs. So I will say use state and initial state will be empty object. Let's write more states. First one will be image and image title, image small, trailer, and finally video. Okay, let's delete them. And they are gonna be not object, it's gonna be just null. Okay, I will capitalize them. Okay, so right now, how I'm gonna update these all inputs at the same time? To do that, I'm gonna give them name property here. Let's say name image. I will copy this and for image title, image small, and for others. And for the text inputs, I'm gonna give same function. It's gonna be on change, and I will say handle change. Let's copy this and paste for text. Year, genre, duration, limit. So select can be also. So let's write here. I will say const handle change. I'm gonna take event here, const value. It's gonna be event, target, and value. So let's update them. I will say set movie. So I will say take the movie, and for each name, as you remember, we just indicate here their names. We can use them. To do that, you can use close parentheses and say event and target and name, and it's gonna be value. So let's say console log and we can see better. I'm gonna open the console. So let's write here something, and for description, as you can see, it's updating. Perfect. So what about these files? I'm gonna update them one by one. What I mean, let's come here and say on change. This time, I'm just gonna set my states here. It's gonna be event, and I'll say set image, and it's gonna be event target. Remember, it's a file, so I will say files, and I'm gonna take first file. That's because we are gonna upload just one file. I will do the same thing for other images and videos. Let's write here set title image. Image title. And set image small. And for trailer and video. Okay, we are gonna fix it. And video. Okay. Let's make this trailer. Okay. Right now, let's see this image, for example. So I'm going to choose an image here. Let's choose this one. And as you can see, our file is here. Name, size, type, everything. Okay, perfect. Right now I can handle all these files. Actually, I can handle these files in the same function, like here, but doesn't matter, it's okay. Right now what I'm gonna do is, firstly I'm gonna change this button. It's gonna be upload first. When we fill all these files and texts, I'm gonna click the upload button. Then it's gonna upload all these images and videos, and then this create button will show up, and when I click it, it's gonna create a new movie in our database. So how I'm gonna do this? We can use again Multer as we did before in our projects. But this time I wanna do something different. We are gonna use Firebase. I just want to show you different things with each project. For example, in the next video, we are gonna be using Redux, and maybe for upload videos and images, we are gonna be using Amazon S3. So each video, you are gonna learn something different. Okay, let's come here and write Firebase. If you go to do Firebase and google.com, after signing in, you can go to your console, and here you can create your first project. Let's write here something. I will say Netflix. And let's continue. You can enable your analytics or not. And just choose your Gmail account. It's my default account, and I'm gonna create my project. During this process, let's come here and open up new terminal, and I'm gonna go to admin folder, cd admin, and I'm gonna install Firebase library. I will say yarn add and Firebase. So it's gonna install this. Let's come here and continue with our Firebase. Okay, it's ready. Right now we are not gonna be using authentication or Firestore. We are just gonna use storage. Let's get started. We are gonna provide our reading and writing rules. We are gonna change this later. And just choose some cloud location here. I'll say done. So it's gonna be ready soon. To use this Firebase, I should create a config file. Let's come here after source. Inside source, I will say firebase.js. And here we are going to create our configurations, connection of our storage, and finally we are going to export this storage and we are going to use inside our new product component. Okay. So it's ready. This is our storage. Our images and videos will be inside this storage. Let's create rules here. By default, it allows only authenticated users, but I'm gonna just delete here. And I will write if true. So it means allow everyone to write and read this storage. So I will say publish. Of course, I forgot if here, if true. Okay, it's ready. So let's come here, project overview. So I'm gonna create my application. Let's write here something. I will say again Netflix. We don't wanna use Firebase hosting. we are gonna deploy this project in the next video, so we don't need that. Okay, this is our configuration. Let's copy here. I'm gonna use const and my configuration. But first I should import my Firebase. Let's say import Firebase from Firebase. So firstly, I should initialize my application. To do that, I will say Firebase and initialize app. And I'm gonna indicate my Firebase config. Okay. After that, I will say const storage. And it's gonna be firebase.storage. Okay, so I can import this storage. I will say export default and storage. Okay, it's ready to use. It's really easy. By the way, you can write your API key inside your env file or your storage bucket, but it's okay for now. If you want to hide, you can. So here, I'm gonna create a logic. To do that, let's create another use state, and I'm gonna say uploaded. And use uploaded. And in the initial state, it's gonna be 0. So basically, it's gonna show us how many files we have uploaded. At the beginning, it's gonna be 0. When I click the upload button, it's gonna start uploading our files. Image, title image, thumbnail, trailer, and video. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 5, it means we uploaded all our videos and the create button will show up. And after creation, it's gonna send all these file links and these inputs to our DB. So let's create here a logic, a condition. I will say if uploaded equals 5. Of course, it's not the only solution, but it just came in my mind. You can try something else, of course. Let's copy this and paste here, and this is gonna be upload. Let's check. As you can see, it's upload right now. So let's create our first function. I will delete this and I'm gonna say handle upload. It's gonna be E and let's say again event and prevent default. We don't wanna refresh the page. And right now I'm gonna create a function here above this. It's gonna be a const upload. And we are gonna take our all items, all files, and after that we are gonna upload them to our Firebase. So let's write here upload, and I'm gonna give my files. I'm gonna create an object for each item, and this object will contain our file, which is, remember, our files here, image, image title. So first one will be image, and additionally I'm gonna give a label. And it's gonna be image. That because in our API, let's come here, models and movie. As you can see, our movie contains our title, description, and other text, and also our images and videos. So I should add them to my movie object here. Remember, it contains our text, but additionally, I'm gonna add my files and their URLs. Okay. And for the others, it's gonna be image title, image small, trailer, and video. Let's write here their labels. Title. Make sure that it's the same name in your model here. So it's gonna be small, trailer, and video. They're gonna be the same name. Let's use this handle upload here. Inside our upload button, I will say on click. When we click this, it's gonna call our function. And after that, it's gonna collect our all files and with their labels and send to the upload function here. So how I'm gonna upload these images and videos? So I will say items, and for each item, it should be items, of course. It's an array. So I'm gonna create a function here. Let's come here on the browser and search for uploading Firestore. So I'm gonna click this website. It's a documentation and it shows how we can upload our files. Firstly, we are gonna create a reference. It's gonna be our file storage. We are gonna write here folder and file name, and after, if I say ref.put and inside my file, it's gonna automatically upload my file to storage. And after uploading, I can get a snapshot, which means uploaded file inside my storage, and I can do whatever I want inside this function. So in this case, after uploading, we are gonna take the URL because we are gonna add this URL inside our DB. So what else we can do? Let's come here, and as you can see, there is a full example here. And during upload our files, you can also see the percentage using this function. When you click upload button, you can see 5%, 10% until 100%. And you can show this on your application or just a console. So if you follow this instruction, it's really easy. There is nothing complex about this. Of course, when you see them the first time, it can be what the hell is this, but it's how Firebase actually works. After a couple example and project, you will get used to, so don't worry about this. So I'm going to follow exactly the same thing here, nothing new. So I will say const upload task, and it's gonna be storage. Remember, we just export this and we can import here, import storage from my Firebase. Firebase is here. Okay, so let's create our folder. To do that, I will say ref, and here I'm gonna write my folder. It's gonna be, let's say, items or content, whatever you want. And additionally, I'm gonna write my file name. Remember, when we console log this image, we saw our file name, type, and size, everything. So we can use that name. So I'm gonna say, of course, I should use backtick here. That because I'm gonna write a variable here. So it's gonna be item.file and name. Okay. So if I say put and provide my file, which is item, it's gonna upload my file to this storage. Okay, perfect. So what else I can do? I wanna see the percentage of uploading. So I can say upload task, and it's gonna be on and state changes. So basically it's gonna listen our upload task and it's gonna say every changes to us, every percentage. So I will take my snapshot here and use inside my function. I will say const progress. It's gonna be my percentage. So we are gonna be using a basic math here. I will say snapshot. Oops, I write here snapshot. It's gonna be snapshot. And after this, I will say bytes transferred, which we already transferred to our storage, divided by total bytes. I will say snapshot dot total bytes. So I'm gonna cover this and multiply by 100. So it's gonna give us our actual percentage. If you want to, you can write here another use state and update your progress. Or if you want to, you can just console log. Let's console log. Let's say uploads is, of course, string. And I'm gonna write my progress here, my percentage, and percent done. Okay, so after this function, if there is an error, I will just console log also. Okay, awesome. And after this, I can write another function. So I'm gonna take my file URL after uploading So I will say upload task again, and my snapshot and reference. As you can see, there's a method here. You can get your download URL. And after that, finally, I will take this URL and set to my movie object with their labels. So I will say set movie. It contains all these inputs. So I will say take previous and return me exactly the same state, but additionally add here my item.label and label, and it's gonna be my URL. And after setting my state, I can increase my uploaded number. Remember, it was 0. And for each item, I'm gonna increase this set uploaded and take the previous number and add just 1. After first item, it's gonna be 1, then second, then 2, 3. After 5, it's gonna turn into create button, and after that we can upload this to our DB. Let's try first. As I said, by the way, I know it's confusing, but just watch couple times and look into the documentation and you will understand everything. So let's write here our movie object. I will say console log and movie, and let's see right now. I will open up my console. I'm gonna write here something for description here, and finally I'm gonna upload my files. First one, second, third, and my videos, trailer, and actual video, actual movie. As you can see, they are not here because we didn't upload, and get link. I will click the upload. It's uploading and it's gonna give us our links. Let's look inside. As you can see, our image, small, title, trailer, and video. So there are links and all other informations. And let's look at here. Inside our storage, I will open up. And as you can see, items folder that we created, and inside our images. But as you can see, we uploaded this image twice, but it shows up just once. That's because the name is same. So you cannot upload same image again. So what we can do is changing our file name. So I'm gonna write here const file name. I'm gonna create a date. It's gonna be new date. It's gonna give us the current date. If I say here get time, I will get the timestamp, and here I can give my actual item name. It's going to be item file.name. So I can add this here. So in any case, I can add here something else. It's going to be item.label. If the connection is too fast, maybe item name can be same. I don't think so, but in any case, it's more secure right now. Let's try. I will refresh and I'm gonna choose same files. Let's say 111. By the way, I have to choose all these files, that because they are required. I can't create any movie without trailer or movie or any image here. Okay, let's upload. By the way, something is wrong with this percentage. We are gonna fix that. So, okay, we have 5. Let's check here. I will refresh. And as you can see, 5 different files. Perfect. So what about this percentage? State changes. Okay, it's gonna be state changed. So what I'm gonna do after uploading, I will come here and create another onClick event. And this time it's gonna be for create. I will say onClick. Let's say handle submit. After uploading videos, after getting other informations, finally we can send our movies to database. So I will say handle submit, and again prevent default, and finally I'm gonna call my API call. Let's come here. we have get movies, delete movies, and I'm gonna add movie here. So before, let's expand this, and for actions, I will copy this and paste here. It's gonna be create movie, start, success and failure, and here it's gonna be create, and not movies, it's gonna be movie. Okay, after creation it's gonna give us a movie, and payload will be movie, and we are gonna take this movie and add to our movies state. Remember, it contains our all movies. We are gonna add one more item. Okay, I'm gonna check everything is okay or not. Failure, success, start. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the reducer and create our reducers. I'm gonna copy and paste here, and this time it's gonna be create movie. Okay, after starting, we are not gonna change our movies. It's gonna be state. After successful operation, we are gonna add one more movies here. So what I will say open new array, and it's gonna be all movies inside my state and movies. But additionally, I'm gonna add here my action and payload, which is new movie. So all movies will stay. I will add one more. Perfect. And for failure, state will be the same. Nothing will be changed. Okay. Let's come here. Where's our API call? I will copy here. Maybe I can write before this delete. It's gonna be create. I will say create movie. This time we are gonna take our information, our movie, which we give here, this object, and dispatch, of course, and we are gonna dispatch our actions. First one will be create movie start. It's not gonna take any params here, and if it's successful, it's gonna be create movie successful, and here create movie failure. Okay, so remember our endpoint is gonna be post and movies. We don't need any ID, but I should add here my body, which is my movie. Let's write movie and my headers, and after that it's gonna give me new movie, response and data. Of course we don't have because it was delayed function. Response, of course, const. Okay, everything looks right, I hope. So we can use this function right now. Let's come here, and inside my handle submit, I will just say create movie. Let's import it first from our API calls, and finally I'm gonna give my movie and my dispatch. Oops, I don't have dispatch here. I will say const dispatch, and it's gonna be use context and movie context. Why it's not importing this? Okay, anyway, import movie context from my context, and movie context and movie context. Perfect. So let's try. I will refresh. I will give images here. And title, let's say test. Description test description, and year 2021. Genre can be drama. Duration 1 hour. Limit 18, and it's not serious. Okay. I will open my console, and let's upload first. Okay, still none. Okay, anyway, we will take care of this later. It's not that important. I will come here. Oops, it's not going anywhere. Did I do something wrong? Let's check here our API call. Create movie. Everything looks okay, but okay, it's gonna be post, not posts. Okay, let's try again. I'm refreshing page. Let's choose items again. I will upload. They are uploading, as you can see. And we have create button. I'm clicking. Okay, this time we have 201 created. Let's go to the movies. I will close here. As you can see, we have new movie here. Perfect. By the way, it's not our image. Let's check what we have here. So I just realized I'm trying to send whole item here, but if you remember, it's an object. We should just send our file. So I will come here and say file. This time, this percentage will work, I hope. Let's try. And I'm gonna send. This time, as you can see, we see the percentages. And after that, we will be able to see our images here. Okay, they are ready. So I will create. Okay, there is a problem again. Okay, for limit, I just write text. It should be just number. I will change it. And I'm gonna create again. As you can see, it's successful. I'm going to movies. And we can see our image here. Perfect. And our whole information. It works. Awesome. So you can do the same thing for update. You can write here whole images and trailer and video. It's the almost same thing, so I will not take care of this. If you want to, you can go to your context and your actions will be the update movie start, update success and failure. After updating, you will take the movie, and this time when it's successful, you can just create your map function here and change your movie. Let's do this actually. I know some of you will probably comment this and ask me why you didn't update. I'm for sure. So let's do that. I will not do in the client side, but here I will just show you. At the beginning it will be the same, and here instead of adding new movie, I will come here and say state and movies, and I'm gonna use here map, and for each movie I will say if movie ID dot ID of course and equals our action dot payload dot ID, because it's gonna be our movie, we can choose ID here also. So if they are equal, you can write here action dot payload. So basically we map through all this array, and if the movie ID equals our updated movie ID, I'm just gonna change this movie with our new updated movie, which is our action and payload. Awesome. And for the failure, it's gonna be same. Perfect. So I can write here update actions. So I will say, and here update. Okay, perfect. That's all. It's really easy. So we finished our movies. We can add, we can update, we can implement this client side. And what else I can do is creating list here. Let's do that. I'm gonna open my sidebar, and after these movies I can add, or I can change this. Okay, let's say lists. And I can find other icon here, material icons, and I'm gonna write here list. It was just list. I didn't have to just open there, but it's okay. Let's change it. Of course, I should add here link. Let's close it and cover our list item. Okay. This time we are not gonna go to movies, we are gonna go to lists. So if I go there, it's gonna be empty page. That's because we don't have any router. Let's close here. Okay, this is our storage. We can close this actually also. So I'm gonna create my new component and I'm gonna indicate it in the React router DOM. So let's close them. So I'm gonna change this new product, and product list. So what can I do? Let's close them. And first of all, product list. I will copy this and paste. And I'm gonna change this name. It's gonna be list. List can be a little bit strange, but I don't know what can I say for this. It's just list of lists. Okay, it can stay. I will change here list CSS and list. Let's open up. I'm gonna change my CSS here. You can change the name. I know it's strange. So let's delete these unnecessary things. And I'm gonna update my name. This time we will take care of our lists. So I will copy my movie context here and paste inside my list context. By the way, this C will be capital. Okay. So let's open up. I'm gonna delete them. Okay, it can stay for now. I will just change these actions. I will say get list start and let's change them. And it's gonna be get lists. By the way, it's not list, it's gonna be lists because we are gonna fetch whole lists. And after that, we are gonna take our whole lists here and update our reducer. Let's comment them out. We are gonna change them later. We just need this list. So for reducer, I will close them also. And here, let's change this name. Get lists. And this time, my initial state will be lists and other things will be the same. When I fetch our list, we are gonna update our state here. Okay, awesome. Let's change this name. It's gonna be list reducer. And for the export, list reducer. Okay, perfect. So it's done. What about our context? My initial state will be lists. It's gonna be list context provider, and my list reducer. Of course, I should change here. Okay. And my context will be list context provider. And it's gonna be state and lists. It's exactly the same thing. Maybe I don't have to show you, but in the client side, we are gonna make some changes, but this reducer context and actions will be the same. There is no difference. Okay, finally, I can cover my application. Let's duplicate this and change the context provider. It's gonna be list. And I can cover. Okay, right now I can reach my data. I'm gonna check one more time. Okay, we will see. I will open up my API calls. Sorry, it's belongs movie. By the way, I forgot changing their names. Okay, so I'm going to API call, and right now Let's comment them out. And for getting lists, get lists, we are going to take dispatch, and I'm going to dispatch my get lists start action. Okay, I can't import it. Let's copy this and paste here. It's gonna be our list actions. Okay, so my endpoint will be lists. So it's gonna fetch our whole list and send us a response, and we are gonna update our reducer. So I will say get lists success and get lists failure. Awesome. Let's come here and we are gonna change some things. Let's open up our API and our list model. What we have here, let's see. We have title, type, genre, and content. So it's gonna be easy writing. It's our ID, and here actually we don't have any image, so I can delete here. We have genre, it can stay, but I will move this here and change name. It's gonna be title, and I'm gonna write type. Okay, I can delete this, and we are gonna have actions. And here I'm gonna call my list context. Let's change the name. And we are gonna have lists. Okay, for data I can use my list instead of movies, and I'm going to app.js to indicate my list. So here I will copy them and paste again. This time it's gonna be lists, list and list ID and new list. And my component will be list. By the way, we don't have these pages. They can stay for now. Okay, I will open my list, and here I will fetch my lists. I will say get lists. I can delete this movie context here. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so I will delete this also. It's gonna be capital. Okay, it says no rows. Let's check here in the network. I will refresh. It seems it's here, but as you can see, our whole context, but it's not showing up here. Of course, it's gonna be lists. So I'm gonna refresh page. Actually, we don't need, they are here. Perfect. Maybe I can increase this field size. I will come here for ID, let's say 200, maybe more. And for them, let's see. And for this title, maybe more. Let's say 250. Okay, awesome. Right now I will do the same thing for this delete method. So let's go to the API call and open up our delete method here, and we are gonna change just endpoints. This time it's gonna be delete list, and before updating them, let's create our actions and reducer. Let's open up our delete actions here. It's gonna be delete list start, success and failure, and it's gonna be delete list. And here we are gonna take ID params and update our states. Let's go to the reducer, and here again open your delete cases and change your names. list, and state will be the same. And for success, we are gonna look inside our list and we are gonna filter them. Let's change here. It's gonna be list, and here is same. Okay, awesome. Let's close here and let's go to the API calls. I can call my actions. I will say delete list start. We are gonna look inside our lists and we are gonna give our ID, and after successful delete, it's gonna be delete list success. We are gonna pass our ID, and finally delete list and failure. Let's come here and handle our delete method. I will say delete list from API call here, and I'm gonna pass my ID and dispatch. It's exactly the same thing. So I'm trying to delete, for example, good crime series. I'm deleting. Okay, it deleted, but we can't see here. It must be something wrong. We are passing it, so again, something wrong with actions. Delete list start, delete list success. Everything looks okay. And here, okay, that's because I'm trying to delete inside movies state. It should be lists. So it's gonna work perfectly right now. I'm gonna try, as you can see. Awesome. So it works. Right now we are going to go to edit list. Let's come here and change our URL. It's gonna be list and list ID. We should create new component. I'm gonna close them, and here again I will copy and paste. There is nothing different. Let's come here. So instead of product, we are gonna create list here. It's gonna be list CSS and list JSX. I'm gonna change my CSS file and function name. This time we are not gonna pass our movie, we are gonna pass our list. So I will say list equals params and row. So it's gonna be list. I'm gonna change the name. List create button. I will say new list. And here, remember we don't have image, and I will say list.title, and ID will be list.id. We have genre. We don't have year, but I can write here my type. And I can delete here. And for the form, to update our list, I will write here list title is gonna be list.title. I will do the same thing exactly. By the way, it's gonna be type. And list genre. And that's all I think. We don't have any image. Let's see. But before I should go to the app.js, of course. As you remember, we just comment this out. I can open this and I will say just list. Let's see. I will click here, and as you can see, our list is here. Again, it's not the important part, but I'm gonna write the reducer and actions, and you will be able to update your list. But let's create new list. So let's create that page. It's gonna be new list. So I will copy this new product and paste again, and it's gonna be new list. new list CSS and new list JSX. I'm gonna open here and change my CSS and function name. So let's remember what we have again: title, type, genre, and content. And this is our movie IDs, remember. So actually we don't need any of them. I will just write here list and set list. It's gonna be null, and I can call my list context here. I'm gonna call my dispatch. Let's import this. Actually, we are gonna need movie context also, because we are gonna choose our movies to add our list. So I will say movie context, and we are gonna need movies and dispatch. But as you can see, we already have dispatch, so I can give this another name. Let's say dispatch movie. So it's kinda nickname. So this time I can change my state. It's gonna be set list, and I will take my list and update with target names. It's gonna be the same thing, but here we don't need upload. Let's delete, or handle upload. It's gonna be just handle submit, but I will delete here. And for these unnecessary items, for example images, okay, title, genre, name will be genre, and I will say type, but it's not gonna be input. I will write here select, because we have just two options, select, and name will be type, and of course on change will be the same, handle change. And here I'm gonna write my options. First one will be movie, and second one is series. Of course, don't forget your value. It's gonna be movie, and this is gonna be series. Okay, so one more thing we need. Let's delete them. Here, and by the way, we don't have this condition. Let's delete. Okay, absolutely. One more thing we need, and it's gonna be our movies. We are gonna list all our movies, so I will say content or movies, and it's gonna be select again, but this time I will say multiple, because we will be able to choose more than one movies. So type will be content, and here instead of handle change I will say handle select, because we are gonna make additional things here. And for these options I can use my map. As you remember, we use our movies here from our context, so we can get our whole movies. So I'm gonna write here movies.map for each movie. There will be option, and it's gonna be our movie title, and here movie.id. That's because we are gonna push these IDs inside our lists. So let's write here handle select, handle change, and handle select. Let's see first what we are selecting. e.target and selected options. Of course, console log. So basically, it's similar to target and value. And instead of value, in the select we have options. But before, I should fetch my movies when we open up this page. So I will say use effect. And get movies. And remember, our dispatch is dispatch movie. And my dependency will be the same. Let's see. Okay, we are going to new movie. I didn't update here, I think. Yeah, instead of new product, it's gonna be new list. Okay, they are here, as you can see. I will open my console. It wants us, every child should have unique key. It's talking about our map here. As you can see, we have map, but it wants to get their keys. It should be unique, so I will say key movie.id because it's unique. Okay, let's choose a couple of them. As you can see, it gives us HTML collection, and for each option, we are not getting this movie, we get this HTML element. So how I'm gonna prevent this? Firstly, as you remember, we have value here, and it contains movie ID. So I'm gonna create an array with this HTML items, and I'm gonna just take their values. I don't care about HTML element. So let's come here. I will say let value, and it's gonna be array, and from basically we are creating an array and target and selected options. And here I'm gonna create my function. For each option, I will just say take option dot value. Okay, right now we have values, which is movie IDs. I can set my list right now. I will say set list. It's gonna be previous list and event target name, and it's gonna be value. If it's confusing for you, just write here console log and inside write what you are confused about, and after a couple examples you will understand what I mean here. You need just practice. So right now let's see our list, console log. I will say list, and I'm gonna choose movies again. I'm choosing Joker. Okay, it's gonna be target, by the way. Let's try. I will open my console. I'm choosing this movie, and this one, and this one. And as you can see, right now our content and these movies. If I write something here, and title, as you can see, we have exactly the same thing that we need in our API. Genre, title, content, and type. I can choose type also. Actually, I can add one more type here. That because at the beginning it's movie, but it's not selected like that. So let's come here. I will create one more option, and it's gonna be type, and we don't have any value. So we have to choose movie or series. Like that. Perfect. So right now I'm gonna increase this input width. It looks a little bit strange. Let's go to the CSS file, and for items, let's say 400. And maybe I can increase this height of this content. So for this content and select, I will say style. I'm gonna use inner style. So height, it's gonna be maybe 300. Let's see. Maybe I can separate this title, genre and type, and content will be in the right side. So how I can do that? I will come here and inside this form I will create another div. Let's say form left. I will cover until my movie selection here, and after that for the right side form right. Right now it looks perfect. Maybe I can just shorten this context, let's say 280. Okay, perfect. Right now I have everything that I need. Only thing is creating my actions and reducer and updating my lists. So let's come here, actions. I will open this create actions and it's gonna be create list, and here after creating this it's gonna give us a list and we are gonna update our state in the reducer. Let's open our create cases list, and it's gonna be, don't forget changing here, state lists and action payload new list. Okay, let's come here, new list. We have handle submit. We have our list here. We can send this. Of course, we need API call. I forgot. Let's open up and it's gonna be create list. We are gonna take a list object and we are gonna start. Create. Okay, that's because I'm trying to delete. After that, we are gonna go to lists and we will give our list object and it's gonna create. After that, it's gonna return success action. I will say create list success. It's gonna return our data, and finally create list failure. Okay, right now I can use it. I can delete this and after I will say create list. And I'm gonna give my list here and my dispatch. Okay, let's see. I didn't update here, so I will say new list. And for these placeholders, I will say popular movies. Genre will be action, for example. And that's all, I think. Let's update. Okay. I will make this capital letter and everything is perfect. Okay. Let's write here something. Test list from client. Let's say comedy and type will be movie. So I will choose some of them. And I'm gonna create. By the way, after creation, we can go to our list. That's because we didn't give any action after create, so we can see what's going on. Let's open up our network and I'm gonna choose 10 movies here. Let's choose like that. It doesn't have to be 10 for now, it's just a test. I will create and it's not creating. I think there is a loop here. Yeah, as you can see. So it says it's in the API calls. Let's look. Oh, I called my function here. It should be start. Okay, let's try again. I will refresh. Let's write here something. I will create. Okay, it's 201. Perfect. By the way, after creation, we can go to our lists. So what can I do here? I can use history. I will say const history, and it's gonna be use history hook. So after handle submit, I will say history.push, and let's go to the list. I will write again. I will create, and we are going to lists. Okay, perfect. So we can delete, we can create, and you can update also. I will not show you in here because we already did creation. It's almost the same thing, but I can write for you our actions and reducer. Actually, it's here. It will be the same. It's gonna be update. Let's start, success, and failure as always. And here, and we are going to reducer. Let's open up our update movies and change the name. This time it's gonna be lists, state lists, and for each list we are gonna check our ID. If it equals our ID, we are gonna just update with new one. It's exactly the same thing in movies. Okay, so you understood context API. As I told you, after a couple examples, it's much easier. As you can see, we are just commenting on our actions and reducer, and each time, as you realize, is faster. You can do the same thing with users. It's the homework for you. You will do the same thing. You're gonna create your users, you will delete them, edit them, and create new users. If you understood everything, it's gonna be really easy for you. There is nothing different, seriously. I just don't wanna write same thing again and again because it will be the same. Delete functionality, edit or create, everything will be the same. And you can upload profile pictures for the users. It's gonna be really good challenge for you. So I'm gonna end this video, by the way, so I can fix some issues in the client side. I'm gonna explain what changes I've made. Okay, firstly I added some movies here and some lists, and it looks really nice. I like it. But some problems here. Firstly, when I click the movies, as you can see, our lists are empty. That's because, let's go to the app.js. So this type should be movie. That's because when we fetch our lists, we are sending our type, and it's not movies, it's movie. Let's go again. I'm clicking. Right now it looks amazing. Awesome. There is one more problem here. We can't choose any genre. As you can see, our lists are still same because we didn't set any genre inside our featured component. Let's come here. As you can see, we have only type. How I'm gonna fix that? Let's go to the home page. And here, as you can see, we have set genre, but we didn't use it. We didn't set any genre. So I'm gonna pass this set genre, and we are gonna set inside our featured movies. I will take this prop, and here for the select, I'm gonna say on change, it's gonna be e and set genre e.target.value. Okay, let's try. So as you can see, we have comedy, popular horror movies, and this is general movies. So let's choose only comedy here. I'm choosing. Okay, there's a problem. Let's see quickly. Let's choose something else. Okay, it works. I think we didn't have any comedy. Okay, as you can see, it works. So it was not comedy, I think. So let's look inside our list. We can check the genre and our lists. We have general, series. This is horror. Okay, there is a typo here. It should be comedy. So let's choose other one. Horror and comedy again. This time it's here. Perfect. So what else we can do? We didn't create any context API for this site. Let's create our authentication. Actually, I will just copy and paste from our admin. Where is our context? Here. I will copy this and paste inside my client side. I will just paste. Okay. Let's look inside our actions. Login and logout and our reducer. Everything will be the same. And our context. Okay, it looks nice. And here I'm just gonna change this condition because we don't have to be admin. In any case, we can just log in and let's go to the app.js. And here, as you remember, we just created a pseudo user. This time we are not gonna use it. Instead, I will just use my context and my store. It's gonna be use context and auth context. Okay, let's import from my, where is my folder? Okay, here. Of course, we should wrap our application. Let's go to the index.js. I'm gonna write here auth context provider and I'm gonna wrap my application, but there is a problem here. Does not contain default export. So here it's gonna be destructured. Okay, right now we are gonna be using our user in the local storage, but we didn't log in or register. Let's handle them. I will open register and here, as you can see, we have login and password. So after handle finish, I can just register using Axios. So I will make here async function. By the way, you can write your implementation inside context API, but we are not gonna store anything after registration, so we don't need them, I think. After login process, we are gonna store our user, so we are gonna be using context API after login. So here I will say await and Axios is gonna be post method, and I'm gonna write my endpoint and register. After that, I'm gonna give my credentials, which is email and password. And after that, I just want to go to login page. To do that, remember what we are doing. We are using history. So I will say const history. It's gonna be use history hook. To use this history, we can push any link. So I will say push, it's gonna be login page. Of course, try catch. If it's successful, we are gonna go to login. Let's see. I'm gonna write here another email, test llama.com, get started, and my password, and start. Now it's refreshing page. That because we didn't write here prevent default. It's really important. Let's check, by the way. Did it create it or not? Okay, it didn't. Let's check again. Test@test.com. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's start. Okay, the problem probably our username, because we don't provide any username. I will try again. Okay. As you can see, it says we don't have any username. So how we can handle this problem? We can create one more input. In the Netflix page, the registration was like that. After registering your email and password, it asks your country, your payment method, your username, but we don't have any of them. I can write here one more input. So it's gonna be username, and let's create here username, and after handle finish, we are gonna set our username, and here username ref, and let's create username ref, and of course I'm gonna pass my username also here. So let's check again. I will refresh. Email test and username, let's say last test. I hope it's gonna be last one. Let's open console and network, and as you can see, we are going to login page and registration is successful, created. Perfect. So what about this login page? Let's go to the login, and here we don't have any email or password, so let's create. I will say const email and set email. It's gonna be use state and empty string. One more, and it's gonna be password. So when I change this input, it's gonna change our email. So I will say on change. It's gonna take event and set email. It's gonna be event target and value. Let's copy here, and for password, value, set password. Okay, and let's write here a function on click. It's gonna be handle login, const handle login, and arrow function, I will say prevent default, and after that I'm gonna call my API call, which is login. Of course I'm gonna need dispatch also, but before, let's give our email and password, and it's gonna be dispatch. Let's import this. I will say const dispatch and equals use context, Let's import our context here. So it's ready, I think. Let's see. I'm gonna open my console here and application in local storage. The user is null right now. Let's write here our email and password, test and test.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'm gonna sign in and perfect, it works and we are in the home page. Change your password because it's so weak and awesome. What else we can do? We can handle our logout. So let's go to the navbar again. And for our logout button, I will say on click. Actually, we can directly call our action. So let's import our dispatch. Const dispatch and use context. Let's copy this and dispatch our action, which is logout. Remember, it comes from our action. Let's try. Of course, this is a function, so I should write here arrow function. Let's see. I'm gonna click. Nothing has changed. Of course, it should be function. Let's try again. As you can see, we are in the register page and our user is null right now. Let's see. Okay, it's null. Perfect, it works. So what else? Let's sign in again. And in the comments, you ask many times, I saw, you keep saying, make this responsive. So let's do that. Let's come here and choose iPads. For example, this is gonna be our breakpoint. And other breakpoint will be for fonts. Maybe it says 300, but we can make a little bit larger. So what I mean by that, let's come here, close everything. And remember, we have a global SCSS here. And I'm gonna create some magic here, which is mixin. And its name will be tablet. It's exactly the same thing what we are doing in CSS with media queries. So I will say media. So I'm gonna write here my max width or minimum width or whatever you want. So let's say max width is gonna be 768 pixels, which is a common breakpoint for small devices. So this is gonna be our kind of function, and here I'm gonna write content. So in this case, we can use this mixin everywhere and write our content. For example, our class names. You will understand better right now. Just wait. And one more, and it's gonna be mixin mobile. And max width, let's say 480. By the way, semicolon here. Okay. So let's try. If you look at here, our top bar looks a little bit strange. Let's change this. Let's go to the navbar. Of course, CSS. Let's import here our mixins inside our global CSS. So I will say import and app CSS. So right now I'm able to use my mixin. Let's come here. As you remember, this is our links. So I will say include, and for tablet mode, it's gonna be display none. As you can see, they are not here anymore. Maybe we can say series and movies can stay, but others will be disappeared. So to do that, I will write class name, maybe navbar main links. I just made out this name. I just want to do things quickly. I will choose, and here let's say navbar main links, and include tablet, let's say display block. Of course it's gonna be and sign here because it's not child, it's exactly the same thing with span. So as you can see, we have series and movies and everything looks perfect. If I change this, let's say iPhone, this time maybe we can delete our logo. Where is our logo? This is I think, so I will paste again. This time it's gonna be mobile. Let's see. And as you can see, we have series, movies, and our information. Perfect. And for tablet, here looks good. There is nothing wrong with this featured movie, I think. Let's look at iPhone. Yeah, it looks nice. Maybe we can widen this description. Featured movie. Where is our description? Okay, it's here. So I'm gonna paste. I will say mobile, and width will be, let's say, 400. We can check. I didn't create before, so we are gonna see it together. It warns us that because we didn't import our global CSS, this mixin. So let's write here. And let's see. Okay, it's too much, I think. 400 pixel is not a good idea because already our mobile is around 400. So instead of pixel, let's say 60 VW. Okay, it's better, I think. And for this title, we can do the same thing. It looks big. Okay, awesome. If I look iPad, it already looks nice. So awesome. So what about these movies? Because as you remember, for our list, we have a slide number 5, but it's for desktop. That because let's click here 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm clicking and it's not going, but we have still movies there. That because our screen is small. So how I'm gonna handle this? So I will write here click limit use state. So I will say click limit, and let's change here, but this time I'm gonna calculate something, and it's gonna be window and inner width, which means our width of our application. For example, right now it's 768 and divided by 230, which is our item width, remember? So how can I use this click limit? Let's come here, and right now instead of 5, I'm gonna say 10, which is our total movie number, and I'm gonna say minus click limit. So right now, let's refresh. I'm clicking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's all. It's ended. So it works perfectly. So if I go to the iPhone, for example, let's refresh. Right now, I'm able to click more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. As you can see, we are able to see all these movies. So that's all, I think. If we go to the movie, let's click. It's already full screen. So everything is okay right now, I think. Of course, we can enhance this design, but it already looks good. I don't know. If something comes to your mind, just change using your tablet mode or mobile mode. Also, you can add here more breakpoints. So we finished this project. If you learned something new today, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. And if you wrote any comments, even just one word, I would be appreciated. It really motivates me. And for the future project, you can support the channel by joining or using support links in the description. Okay, don't forget to follow LlamaDev's social media accounts. You can ask your questions, find your coding buddy, and get some inspiration from other users. So I hope I will see you in the next video. Goodbye.